tiles yet?
Pardon?
Your tiles, you didn't fix them yet.
No. It's hard work.
Oh,
you have to reach up and everything.
That's true.
So how you doing?
Yeah. Another day.
Mm-hmm. You got anything lined up work-wise at the moment, or is it still hunty hunt?
There's always some potential prospects. The problem is, I'm just nervous doing interviews this moment because I'm not 100% prepared. I mean, at some point you got to just jump in and do it, but I hate wasting good opportunities when I'm not 100% ready. So
yeah.
Maybe by next week I'll just jump in and just do whatever the hell comes my way. And
because interviews are a bit brutal these days, aren't they?
well, especially if you do like a Google interview or something like that, they toned down over the years from what they used to be. They used to play mind games with you.
Oh,
There's actually someone wrote an entire book about Google interview process, and how they literally took tips from various psychological textbooks.
Yeah.
And like, you're this tall, you're 1 inch tall in a blender, and you're under the blades, but you have to scale the blender, and the blades are moving, and you have this in your hand, and how do you get out of the blender? It's like there's really no good answer because you're basically dead no matter what you do. But they want to see your thought process.
Gotcha.
And so bullshit like that. They would do a lot of stuff like that. I'm like, I'm not here to play mind games. I'm here to get a fucking job. So,
Yeah.
Somehow somebody told them that this was a good thing to do, and they got a reputation for many years for it. I heard they toned down a lot. Last time I interviewed with them, it was quite weird. They didn't have a lot of stuff available, but I was doing a lot of video conference stuff at the time. I figured, well, I'll go for a video conference position just to see, try something different for a while.
No, I'm with you.
Focus instead of generically doing that along with other stuff. And not once did the guy ask me about video conference material. I'm like, do you want to know if I know about video conference material? He asked a bunch of total random stuff, and it's like a vibe check and a bunch of other stuff that they're doing. Sometimes I think they just go through the motions because you applied and they thought you might be okay, and they just do it just to do it, like check you off the list. Because I don't think one time, I even asked the guy, I said, do you want to talk about video conference stuff? And he's like, oh no, we're okay. And they're like, okay. So I'm trying to like direct the interviewer to the topic at hand, and he didn't seem to be interested. So I just went with the flow and didn't get the job. So.
Oh man.
But there's something to be said for working for yourself. It's a lot of responsibility and a lot of headaches, but it is kind of nice to be able to have your own thing going on like you have. So. Set your own hours, do your own whatever. But it is stressful because the buck stops with you, of course. So.
Yeah.
So it just depends on what your situation is, but it's been tempting a few times to sort of do my own thing, but I don't know. It's hard to have your own IT business, It's much easier to work in an organization doing IT.
Yeah.
Especially with the pandemic and other things where you have, you're not allowed to mingle with people. It's like, well, how the hell do you do that job then? If you're supposed to work with the public, but the public's not allowed to come into your store.
Yeah.
And,
what the hell? Wow.
But you kept getting stuff delivered during the pandemic, right?
Yeah, it never stopped.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it was an ongoing thing.
Yeah.
Any problem. In fact, if anything, it increased because people go, right, I'm going to be stuck at home. I need to get this bloody Polysex working. So I can now play with it because I've got time to play with it now.
They all come out of the woodwork. Fix this,
Yeah. So all the stuff's coming out of people's wardrobes and from under the bed, and so, I've got to get this sorted out if I'm going to spend the next, 2 months sitting on my ass. So.
That's funny.
It's interesting because a lot of the things that people started doing during lockdowns stuck with them, and they continue to do it today.
Sure.
although they're trying to now work it around their job or whatever it is they're doing, you know. But for me, it was just business as usual. I didn't get to really enjoy the whole lockdown thing, you know. Sort of like, oh yeah, it was great, you know. I was at home all the time. It was great, you know. Sort of like, well, no, that's just a day.
Problems.
Yeah, that's just a day for me anyway. So I've been in sort of like COVID lockdown for what, 30 years. So,
you were prepared, yeah.
Yeah. So, which is a good thing because there's also people, wasn't there, who suffered mentally from the isolation, who didn't take to it well.
Yeah.
Understandably, notably, my mate Mick, who really, you know, he wasn't in a good place before, but the pandemic, put the final nail in his coffin.
Luckily, I can do it either way. I can be isolate myself for weeks at a time, or I can be out and about constantly, and either way, I'm okay. So.
Yeah. But no, I got total respect for old Hans actually, because he used to carry a Valium in his pocket everywhere he went, just normally. So, and then they said, "Oh, you should do a world tour." And he's like, "No," but he did. Got up and did it. So apparently, old Johnny Marr was instrumental in getting him out there. So
really,
yeah, sort of like talked him through it, and helped him through it all. So
sometimes that's all you need, right? Somebody to figure out your shit.
Yeah. So whether Johnny was talking from a position of familiarity or not, I don't know, but certainly helped him. 15 years ago, you would have never got Hans doing what he's doing now.
Yeah.
Not by a country mile. So you never know. I'm still waiting for my Johnny Marr to turn up. So.
Need your knight in shining armor.
Well, the thing is, I'm probably so dyed in the wool agoraphobic now. Anything would seem quite bizarre, you know.
Yeah. Well, it's habit, right? It's.
Yeah.
Even if it's not necessary per se, you're so used to it. It's just.
Well, if anything, it's probably more cultural now than it is anything else. It would seem so alien now.
But it's good you got that car. It gets you around the block at least.
Well, yeah. I mean, this is why I had it. I mean, the Chrysler, admittedly, is great for just nipping. It's going to start. It's going to get you to A and get you back. So it's always good to have the Chrysler knocking around. But
yeah, because it'd be a shame if you just did it all through virtual car racing and stuff. It's good to get out there in a real car.
Yeah.
Drive like a
when you see in car simulation, you don't get assholes on the road.
Well, you do if you drive GTA.
That's true enough, yeah.
There's plenty of weirdos on GTA.
Yeah, it's just something very, I don't know, something very funny about going driving around and having people behind or in front or wherever, or coming towards you, who haven't got a fucking clue how to drive. It's really, you can go, well, hang on a minute, if anybody shouldn't know how to drive, it should be me, not them.
It seems like, certainly during weather conditions too, like the pandemic, because people didn't go out for a while and didn't do much, and then suddenly they're back on the road, and they forgot how to drive. They forgot about how to use stoplights and how to watch for road conditions.
Yeah.
I even saw people during the pandemic and afterward continually run red lights and just like randomly go through a light when they were tired of waiting.
Yeah.
Because when there was no traffic before, they didn't know cops were around. They didn't care. They just did whatever they wanted. Some people are still doing that.
Yeah. Mind you, if YouTube's anything to go by, I think running red lights in the States is sort of like just part of the course, isn't it?
Well, it's kind of a joke from that. Did you ever see Starman, where Jeff Bridges learns, he's the alien, and he learns from the driver.
Yes.
I have learned how to drive from you. It's green, go. Yellow, red, stop. Yellow, go faster.
Yeah. Can you beat it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey.
How are you?
Struggling with fucking plugins.
Oh boy.
Yeah, know that one.
A lot of my collection aren't fucking wanting to work anymore.
Oh yeah, like for instance.
Well, the really sad one is Incinerator. Dom's one.
Really?
Yeah, they've turned the servers off, haven't they? You can't authorise it anymore.
Oh.
Well, I also know Stuggle Sounds is gone too. I had to redo my iOS, and I can't get it anymore.
Yeah.
So his apps are gone, I guess. So sadly,
So,
I did-
I have it on an iPad still, but I can't put it on my new iPhone because it doesn't exist in the store anymore.
It sucks when that happens, doesn't it?
Yeah, especially that because I don't know if you guys tried Snuggle Sounds, but it's a cool little app. I mean, if you don't need it for sleep, it's just he did a really good job on this curation of sounds and the interface, and I helped him beta test it a little bit. And it'd be nice to be able to keep using it on my phone, but it does not exist anymore.
That sucks. Yeah, so I'm just working my way through my collection and fucking trying them one by one, really.
I wonder if there's a way of rehosting Incinerator.
I don't know. Somebody would have to have it on their server for it to be authorised. You know, to once you put your serial in, for it to fire off a request, challenge, and response. Yeah.
GeForce.
Yeah. Somebody said, "Is it worth asking?" Keith said, "Is it worth asking Ty if he can help?" I wouldn't want to put that on him as with everything else he's got going on.
Yeah. No, I mean, it could be worth asking Ty to talk to his wife.
I
And
mean, at
then,
the very least, you would have to sell it, and just on a trust thing, it's authorized when you buy it. I hope people don't copy it, right?
yeah.
That way you don't have to worry about the infrastructure so much. It's just a download and it works.
Well, handing it over to Dave and Chris would be ideal.
Maybe that's something Ty could have a word about.
Yeah.
Because he was planning a suite of them, wasn't he? Dom was.
Yeah, he was. Yeah. But he was talking with me about getting on board and doing code and everything to get the anaglyph working.
Oh, right, yeah. That's
That
right,
was
yeah,
all-
we spoke about that in January.
Yeah, it was all on the cards. It was
That's
all on
right,
the
yeah,
cards.
because it was fucking hell. I mean, I was up there, a week before he passed.
Yeah.
Up with you.
Yeah.
Shit. I can't
Yeah.
believe it's fucking gone 6 months now. Where the fuck's that gone?
Well, at the same time, it feels like decades ago. At the same time.
I know what you mean. Every now and again, I go back and I revisit some of his videos, and it's just, you know what I mean.
Oh, I can't. Even now, I can't.
I have to. I can't explain why. It's just nice to go back and see him laughing and fucking about, you know.
Yeah,
you wanna
no,
remember the good
yeah.
stuff, yeah.
Yeah,
appreciate
exactly.
that you
My
can't
mom
do-
died. I couldn't look at pictures for months, and then finally I said, "You know what? I'm putting pictures over around the place. I don't care anymore. I need to get over this." You know.
Yeah. Yeah, no.
Yeah, it's a difficult one, isn't it? I mean, everybody's got their own ways of coping. I know that when Ailey's dad passed away, there would have been a big battle. Like, I had his cat recreated. Long story. He's my other half's granddad, his dad, fought at fucking Pegasus Bridge and at Arnhem
Oh, yeah.
with the paratroopers in World
Yeah.
War II. And when they used to have their get-togethers, there was a big one, 50th or something, done out abroad somewhere. And they were given these regimental caps with the Pegasus Bridge logo and all sorts of shit on them. And when he died, Bob got it, Haley's dad.
Yeah.
And when Bob died, he was cremated with it. And I sort of wanted to have it recreated for Haley. So I
Yeah.
spoke to the parachute regiment and they said, "Can we have a look?" So I sent them a picture. The fucking hell you had that fucking cremated for? I was like, where is he at? It's what he wanted. You
Yeah.
stupid cut. Really got roasted by the
Yeah.
parachute regiment for it. You ain't getting that recreated, mate. It's all wire embroidery and all this shit. It's fucking really expensive by all accounts. So anyway, I found somebody who does embroidery, and they've done done me a load of them for it, and it's
No.
helped two of the grandchildren
Good.
start to deal with it. You know, he went what, a month after Dom did, and it's taken them that long and that particular thing for them to suddenly start letting go.
Yeah.
Weird. It's weird. You know, some people don't. I know I've got a friend who hasn't truly dealt with her mum dying, and she died 8 years ago. So,
Yeah.
it's, you know, people are individuals and they deal with it in different ways.
Well, for me, it was more a case of overloading.
Yeah.
It's too many in the space of to be honest with you now, it's over within a space of 6 years. That's like 20 people now. Well, not 20 people, 20 entities, shall we say, because it also includes all my dogs.
You gotta count the pets. The pets
One,
are
one
the
after
family.
the other. Bang, 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 bang,
Oh
bang,
yeah,
bang.
you had that year, didn't you, where it was really
Well, poor old Max. I mean, he got that bone cancer, and it took him 8 months
Yeah.
to go. And you know, I look back at it now and go, I used to sit in the back garden with him, floating in that big pool we bought. Hello, mate.
yeah.
You know, in the rain sometimes, giving him his hydrotherapy and stuff like that, freezing my bollocks off.
Yeah, but do you know what? That was as much for you as it was for him.
Oh God, yeah. I mean, it was one of the few times where he could actually properly relax and sleep,
Yeah.
and he wasn't uncomfortable because he was literally just floating in the water.
Yeah.
But while all that's going on, my mum's dementia, Eileen dying. Oh God, 2 aunties, best friends. Oh, you name it. And it was
Well,
like
I've had
just
two
bang,
the
bang, bang, bang.
I've had 2 this week.
Yeah,
Same day, last Wednesday, I lost 2 people. So
yeah.
yeah, shit, isn't it?
Bit careless.
What?
Well, it's that thing in it about, you know, the older you get, the more you lose. So, there's a depressing thought.
Well, you forget where you put it, don't you?
And Rob brings it back down. That's it. Here
Yeah.
we go. That's what we need.
Well, I'm waiting to start doing it, you know, walking into the room and going, what did I come in here for? But at the moment, what I've been doing is walking into the kitchen and going, what room is this?
I do that all the time. I did. I was sat here and I'm thinking, I need to do something. I was going to do something like, you know, I was going to take 2 pictures and send them to someone. And I went to another tab on my browser and boom, that was it. I was gone. There's like 5 minutes. I'm sat here thinking, what was I going to do? What was I going to do? And then it dawned on me that I had to send this picture to someone, and then it just cut me at 5 minutes. It's not like I've walked out. What is that noise in the background?
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
No,
I think it's here.
I think it's 10.
Hey?
Yeah.
Good Bennett it is. Yeah. Wow.
Bloody Max.
Yes. How are we all?
Yeah, getting there, mate. You?
Yeah.
Yeah, it gets easier to forget stuff. Welcome to old
That
age.
needs some fucking
Well,
double
yeah.
40 in that.
Is it
Fucking
me,
Behringer.
or does my camera feed like flick like there, just there?
Yeah, you know
Yeah.
when you said is there anything wrong with my sound or something, or somebody in the chat was saying that your sound was dropping out, and then later on I noticed, yeah, it was sort of like little every now and again.
Little blips.
We thought you were imitating Max Headroom.
Yeah.
Because I noticed I'm seeing the feed and my camera would just like flick off and on again, but you know, very quickly. I
Brilliant, there.
noticed it. Is the audio doing the same?
Yeah.
Yeah, every now and again.
Literally nothing's changed.
You're on Apple Silicon now.
Literally nothing has changed. There, you see, just from the camera. What the actual?
Oh God, Now this
hang on,
thing,
my connection is unstable. What? What am I connected to? I'm connected to. That's fine. The fuck?
DX1 power supply.
I wish. What the fuck?
Intriguing.
So that buzz is your Behringer?
Yeah.
Don't talk to me about fucking Behringer.
It's lovely.
Fuck it. You know how people like go, oh yeah, Behringer, you know, they're the good guys. And a lot of us have had an experience with Behringer that proves that they have everything but. I had that experience again. And if anybody ever fucking tells me that Uli Behringer is a fucking good guy, he's not. He's an absolute cunt. Sorry. Just went into a glue there, sorry. Oh.
Go on, my son.
No. Oh, do you know, I wish, so wish, that all the people could say stuff, that are able to say stuff, could say stuff, but they can't say stuff because, you know, fucking lawyers and shit.
Uh-huh.
I still haven't told Jim what I saw about that on that Depeche Mode video.
Oh, yeah.
Depeche
Oh,
Mode
dear.
in their front of house are using antelope audio. Oh dear, that just made me chuckle.
Well, if you spend that much money, you get good customer service, so they like them.
Oh, yeah. It just made me laugh. That's all.
Why? Is it Chrome, I wonder? Is Chrome updated?
I've gone to Firefox and a lot of the issues disappeared.
Checking for updates. No, it's fucking.
You think they could have got it? You think they would have got it working by now? Now,
Yeah, the thing is,
see how the camera's running around all over the place, right?
yeah.
It's set. It's locked. It's not supposed
it's
to be
not.
doing anything. Exactly.
Fucking
Oh.
camera's haunted.
Hang on. Oh, for fuck's sake! Hang on.
He took himself. He was trying to add Andy, and he took
So,
himself
right,
out of the
right.
stream.
Hello.
Evening, darling.
I don't know what I was doing there. I was plugging headphones in. Hello. Be in your bonnets, Mr. Puricelli.
Who? Me? No. No.
There we go. I'm back in now. That's what happens when I tried to get Andy in.
Yeah, that's what they all say.
Yeah. They all fuck off. Yeah.
He's fucking started.
I'll never stop.
Oh.
Oh, dear.
Ah. Hey, Din, darling.
I'm alright. Is that noise coming from me, by the way?
No,
Alright, okay, just checking.
it's something in here.
Oh, right, okay.
Yes, Trigon 6 desktop. That's another thing. Oh. Clouds.
What's wrong with the Trigon 6 desktop?
So we were told last week or the week before Trigon 6 desktop coming out 15th of August, and we're like, yeah, okay, send us all the gumph and everything.
Yeah.
And fucking Sequential. Nothing, literally nothing from them. And it's like getting to, you know, because they tend to go at 6 p.m. UK time, which is 10 a.m. Pacific. And I'm like, because I need to, you know, where's all this stuff? And I'm like pinging everyone, both at Sequential and various news outlets that I frequent. And give me, so I kind of like, at the very last minute, I had to not make it up, but go to everybody else and grab their pictures.
Oh.
So yeah, but it looks quite because they've added MPE support.
Okay.
Only problem is if you've got the keyboard version, you can update the firmware and it will give it MPE support, but not from the built-in keyboard because it doesn't have MPE.
That sounds about right.
You can plug in your Hydra or your Osmos or whatever.
Yeah, it's always a problem. The keyboard is the limiting factor.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But yeah,
If I remember correctly, the Emacs 2 keyboard doesn't even send aftertouch to itself. It only receives the aftertouch.
I didn't even know it had aftertouch. Yeah,
It receives it fine, but the reason I bought the
I've never
rack
sent
was I don't think the keyboard actually sends aftertouch to itself.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's
quite a few machines that do that.
Yeah.
The DX1 sends the poly aftertouch to itself, but it doesn't send it out the MIDI outputs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which you can kind of forgive because it was 1984.
Yeah. The 80 sure as hell doesn't do it.
No. Yeah. So it was like really a kind of quiet day, and then the last couple of hours. And I just I watched a video. Sound on Sound put one of their little 1 minute reel things up, which was a clip from the Will Gregory video where he's going around his studio and he spends a lot of time with the 3300. And I'm like, I still want one of those, but never happened. Blah blah blah. And I thought, oh, hang on a minute, I've got a virtual one in the Full Bucket Music freebie. And every time I go to the Full Bucket Music website, as amazing as those plugins are, especially because they're free, I always end up updating every single one because there is no way of checking other than opening up the plugin, checking the version number on the website, going to the next one, blah, blah, blah. So I just download them all and I just sit here going to update.
Yeah.
But at least all my Full Bucket plugins are up to date. I just wish he'd do like a little download, not a download manager, a version manager.
So this
Is it too much to ask?
this Trevor Horn Spitfire audio thing
Oh yes, I still need to get that.
is not a standalone thing. It works within
Solar,
or one
Which
of
is
the
just-
others.
which
if you
is
got
just a
them.
wrapper. Yeah, it's just
Yeah. Well, so imagine my annoyance when I fired it up today and found that it wasn't there or available, and it still says pending in the
Yeah,
invoice.
yeah.
When's it actually
doesn't
coming out?
I believe. Well, I believe the pre-order discount finishes on Friday, so I'm assuming that it comes out on Friday.
So
not
what the
out
hell?
yet.
Well, what the hell was it? It was supposed to be coming out on the 15th.
Trigon 6. That's
Oh, I'll tell you what it might be. Oh, it might be the new Babylon 5 series. It might be that.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
Yeah,
to order
yeah.
that.
And off we go on a complete tangent.
Yeah, but I know something was coming out on the 15th, you see. Probably it's old Bugly Bugs, but it's not. It might be something else. So, or it's another version of the news quiz on Audible. I don't know. It's one or the other. I'll have to check it out, but it sure as hell isn't Spitfire. So, okay. And there was about 30,000 fucking things on that going, oh, I need an update. Oh, I need an update as well. And I'm, only 1 gig. Oh, fuck off. Oh, yeah, I only need a gig. Yeah, I'm 700 meg. I was like,
Yeah, I must chase that Trevor Horn just to save myself 20 quid. Because I was going to get it,
but
I just keep forgetting.
oh, do it now.
Yeah, I could
Come on,
do-
now. Do it.
Oh,
Do it.
shut up. Shut
Do it.
up.
Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Come on, do it. Do it. Do it. I'll shut up when you do it. Do it. Do it.
Well, I can just say I've done it. I can't.
No, I won't believe you. No.
But even if I did, I can't prove it because you don't get it. You see, you don't get it. I can't go. Oh look, here it
Show
is.
us a copy of the invoice with the
What the
credit card number on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What I've done was that.
And then we'll believe you. Do it.
I will do it. I will do it.
Do it.
I don't understand why you can't hear that.
Can't hear what?
That.
Oh yeah, but we can hear that really annoying high pitched thing that's going on.
Yeah. Bear with me a moment. 'Cause Because it's very annoying for everybody else because I can't actually hear it
You
here,
can't hear it.
but I'm sure it's going on.
It is.
Oh wow.
I'm going to
So-
isolate a few things.
So prepare for everything to get worse.
Does that mean
Yeah.
unplug?
Sorry, Andy.
So does that mean unplug?
Oh, it's gone.
It's gone.
It's gone.
There's a little bit of crackle.
That's all right then.
Oh, the tension. Is that Ken?
Is that better, Wags? I may just have been mumbling, as is my way.
I ordered a Yamaha FB01 the other day.
I used to have one of them.
Did you?
I've never. I thought I haven't got one of those. It was like a really good price. So I thought, ah, fuck it.
I got
Ordered
one
it
6
to do
months
what?
ago,
Take
just
its
for
clothes
kicks.
off?
Yeah.
what, sorry, two people talking at once.
Was it
What?
about 60 quid? Must have been. It
67.
can't be-
Yeah.
It can't be much more than that,
I think somebody put a bid in for 50 quid a few days ago, and I just sat there and waited, just at the last minute, put it a little bit bigger, and it was, got it for 67. So,
So I think that memory mode must be worth about 12k now.
Jesus, that looked horrible.
Is that up or down?
But it was
Huh?
in bits on the floor, wasn't it? So it was definitely an up.
Oh mate, it'd been sitting open in a garden shed for 30 years.
Oh,
It
my
got
word.
things growing on it.
Yeah,
Ah,
It was horrible.
yeah. I had to take all the ICs out of it, and then scrub it with hot soapy water and hose it down, all the circuit boards. Then leave them for about 2 weeks to
I'm
thoroughly
dispelling
dry
the
out.
myth that synths and water don't mix.
Well, they do if you
As soon as
if you let them
it.
dry, it's fine.
Yeah.
But if you don't, you might run into
A few
problems.
litres, yes.
Yeah. So as long as it's dry, it's fine. It was the only way to get all the shit off it. So I'm
That's what you
firing
see
it
all
up
these,
tomorrow.
You see these videos, didn't you, on YouTube of people jet washing a mixer or something
Yeah.
like that, and all the comments would be, "Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god." I think, well, as long as you let it dry out, it's gonna be fine. In
Yeah,
fact, it's
as long as
probably
it's
done it
dry.
a whole world of good.
Yeah, yeah, it does. Oh yeah, yeah. But there's techs I've spoken with, and we've often talked about the whole WD-40 thing. And I said I've never had any trouble with WD-40. It's got me out of a lot of shit in the past with crackly knobs and stuff like that.
Painful.
And they go, oh yeah, me, same here. But I wouldn't admit it to anybody. I went, oh, I don't mind admitting it because I don't give a fuck what people think about me. Because they're going to think shit of you, whatever it is you say. So don't worry about it. And I said, WD-40 works. Yes, you can go out and buy a 20 quid tin of deoxit.
Yeah.
That'll do about 4 sliders. But I've done a 2600 with deoxit.
Mm-hmm.
And then I had to do it again 3 days later with WD-40 because all the crackly sliders came back again.
I
So-
had
It's all
something.
smoke and mirrors, mate.
Oh, that's what it was. It was when I was doing the Fairlight keyboard, the Ian Stanley one, and the keyboard mechanism has a pin that runs the entire width, basically the hinge pin at the back, and all of those, basically everything had corroded around this pin,
Yeah.
and I couldn't even get the pin out. It was just like welded in there, figuratively speaking, not literally. Somebody said, get yourself a can of deoxit and then just bathe it in that, let it soak in, and you'll be fine.
Yeah.
And so, like you said, it's a little can like this, and it's about $50 from the US because they don't
Yeah.
sell it over here.
Yeah.
And it didn't work. It didn't work at all. But I have used it on lots of like crackly sliders or things, pots, just because on the the nozzle, you can turn the nozzle, so
Yeah.
LMH, and you can get like just a slow dribble or a big dribble.
Yeah.
Who misses? And yeah, it's always. But then I've had the same with WD-40.
Yeah.
I've used the silicon one as well sometimes. It's WD-40, but it's silicon based.
Yeah, you know it. Yeah, I use that sometimes on keyboard rubbers.
Yeah, just something
Is
that
the
just needs
bicycle
to.
one?
I actually bought it originally because on my
3-in-1
previous
oil.
car, because I've got frameless front doors, so
Yeah.
when you open the door, the window drops by about half an inch to clear the rubber, so you can open the door. So it's like, and every time I was opening the passenger door, there was a little squeak, and it was just the felt on the inside of the window runner.
Yeah.
It obviously just dried out a little bit or whatever. So just a gentle application of that down there, and smooth as a baby's bottom.
Mm.
But yeah, very good stuff. Not cheap, but good.
Yeah. Yeah, no, the WD-40 silicone. I got a box of it. That stuff.
Mm.
And it's ideal for, like, say, for the rubber bushings on the Pratt keyboards. I mean, people like Wakey. If you're going to do a keyboard for Wakey, because he plays so fucking quick.
Yeah.
If you just use the standard grease, the key doesn't actually come back in time for him to hit, because he's hitting it again. So you need something really, really slippery on it. You know. So yeah, so it's ideal for that. And hammer mechanisms and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Kurzweil hammer mechanisms.
Do you
Love
know
it.
why WD-40 is called WD-40?
Go on.
Water displacement.
It was
Yeah,
the
what-
40th iteration of the formula.
There you go.
Okay.
Water displacement, and it was the 40th one, and it worked. And that's the formula.
Do
It's
you
like
know
Heinz
why-
57 sauce.
Yeah,
Do you know why ants don't get COVID?
because they don't have noses. No, I don't.
No, because they have antibodies.
Oh.
Little antibodies. Yeah.
I think you say because they don't believe in conspiracy theories.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
They don't mingle. Yeah.
very
Well,
good.
they wash their antennae regularly. Yeah. Oh, dear. I feel an Advocar coming on, I really do.
What, you weren't boozy, Kent?
No, I'm not, but that's about as boozy as I'd ever get, is a snowball. Do you know what I mean? So it's, and even there, I can get jolly warm with just a snowball. So it's just, I don't like wine on its own.
No, I like my wine with more wine.
Yeah, you're like Fiona. She goes, the more the merrier.
Indeed.
The more the room spins.
It's midweek.
My
I'm not
chiller,
allowed,
mate.
I've just gone
Hey.
squash.
Well, when I'm taking the bottles out on normally on a Wednesday night, out to the bins, quite sounds like my fucking milkman. All the glass bottles rattling in the bloody bin, taking them out. So I'll get through a few bottles.
I've still
Yeah,
got
I always
loads
feel
to
a
take
little
down to the
guilty.
bins.
Mm.
It's the walk of shame, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's
I've always
why
got this
she
little
gets me
story.
to do it.
I've always got this little story prepared in the back of my head in case some random comes up to me and says, "Oh, you've got a lot of bottles there," and I'm just going to turn around and say, "Yes, I collect them from the old people's home. I do them a favour every week." But
I run an
thankfully-
off license.
Yes.
Honest gov.
I'm a pub landlord.
Yeah.
What are you fucking talking about?
Yeah, I'm getting rid of my collection of bottles.
It's the first trip to the bottle bank this year. That's all. I've collected a whole year's worth.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well. It's all part of the game, isn't it?
Aye. Oh dear me.
Christ, the heat this thing's kicking out.
What's CS?
Yeah.
I like to change my. You know, I got that little fan I get all excited, didn't I? I got that little fan with a little
Yeah.
water cartridge, and you could put ice in it as well.
Yeah.
And it was really very quiet. I don't know whether it's just condensation building up or whether there's a leak in it, but I looked at it yesterday and there was this fucking puddle of water around it. I'm like, what the fuck? And it's right above like computer. It's next to the DX one. I'm like, right, that's fucking gone. That is. So I'm back to me old faithful, which is a little bit
I
noisier,
see.
but
Still,
what is it? August. It'll soon be winter.
You need some WD-40 for water displacement.
Yeah, it's what that was the thing. It was displacing out of the bloody thing.
mate, the British summertime doesn't end until the end of October.
Yeah, I know, but the weather.
Stop killing it off before it's bloody started, mate.
They're saying that it's supposed to get warmer again next week, isn't it? So that's good because I'm off. Yay!
Well, I mean, I was burning my leg out there this morning in the sun. It was quite fierce. Even Noah went into the workshop to get out of it.
Wow.
You know him.
He liked the sun.
Oh, he's not comfortable unless he's actually smouldering. But he won't get up and move around anymore now. He just barks. You go indoors and he just barks. He won't get up. Just lays there. Go, yeah, come back. I'm not moving. I want company. So I've got to go back down there again.
So with climate change, are you guys finding it getting more dry over there, or are you still staying pretty wet most of the time?
That's what you do.
It's a bit personal.
Well, you know, gotta ask.
No, yeah, we're just getting like slightly more.
Yes.
Yeah, like last year we had the hottest day ever
Yeah.
in this country. Which, we hit 40.
Wow.
And it's starting to You
Trees
can
are
see-
certainly hanging on to their leaves longer than they used to.
Yeah, it is. Things are slightly different.
Because we're normally boiling by now, even at night, and lately it's been cloudy and cold at night, which is really weird for summer. And then we used to have a thing called Indian summer when I was a kid, where it would extend into fall.
Yeah.
But the weather's all fucked up now. You never know what you're gonna get. So
Well, we had heat in June, didn't we? It was really kind of warm in June. We got up to sort of high 20s, early 30s, and then July was one of the wettest Julys on record.
wow.
This year.
Yeah.
Last year. Not.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
yeah,
last year it was-
swings roundabouts, isn't it?
It was that. Yeah.
But I can remember as a kid going to school in September and kicking all the leaves up. Now you don't see leaves on the ground until fucking December.
Yeah, we haven't had a rainy December way far back. So I used to have it as a kid. If I got a bike for Christmas, I couldn't ride it because it was horrible pouring rain outside and cold and all that stuff. And now it's like sunny day and go out there, just do whatever you want in December.
Yeah.
It's wacky.
Well, we haven't had a. I remember when
Yeah.
in the 70s. At Christmas in December, you always had snow. It was always up to your waist. I know we were a lot shorter then, but it was. You had a lot of snow. In winter.
You at least expected it, and you
Yeah.
may get it, 3 days of it, maybe, or a week,
Yeah.
or whatever. But you would get some at
You'd get snow.
some
Yeah.
point.
And nowadays,
You just
I
don't
mean,
see it. No.
We had a sprinkling, didn't we, the early part of this year? And that was that.
I don't think we even got it down here.
It's those damn aliens playing with our weather.
Go and yell at some clouds.
Oh yeah, the summer holidays were like a whole year.
Yeah.
When you're a kid, 6 weeks was like a lifetime,
Yeah.
wasn't it?
No, it's all over before it started.
Tell me about it.
Feels a bit odd for me because I normally have my summer break. I used to have it sort of like back end of July, beginning of August, but I'm not having it until the end of August. Next week and the week after I'm going to take off. So it feels a little bit weird at the moment working.
Mm.
But I've normally sort of got my feet up. But all good things come to those who wait. I hope.
I think I've got about another It's another 27, is it, or 28? I think it's 28 keyboards to do,
Jeez.
and then I'm on holiday. Hey.
That sounds like a weird version of Ty. I've got another 28 fucking tracks to write, and then I'm on
Yeah,
holiday.
exactly. Yeah. But this is it. I mean, scattered amongst them is a lot of absolute fucking bastards, which are going to take a while. The others be like, bang, 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 get them out. So 27 sounds like a lot, but I mean, in 2 weeks' time, there will be 3. And there'll be 3 bastards.
Do you already know what those bastards are? Or
Oh, God, yeah, yeah.
I was planning to bring you 2, Kent.
What, bastards?
I've no idea. You'd have to judge that.
Go on, well, what are they?
Pro 1 and W30.
Yeah, no probs.
what have you done?
What's wrong with the W30?
Well, the Pro one again? I thought that was working.
The Pro 1 still has some issues with the mod section.
Okay.
So that the mod section doesn't quite kick in properly. So the rest of it's still.
What, on the switches?
Yeah, the switches and the dials. It just goes wappy.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
W30 is the keyboard, and I was going to run it past Kent about sorting out the instalment of a thingy drive and stuff.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
We'll talk about that one though. So.
All right, darling. No probs.
Do you ever use the SCSI on it? Do you have the SCSI enabled?
That's right. What I was thinking, because I think I'm still going to need the disk drive, but if it's possible to put a drive in the SCSI port, a USB drive in the SCSI port, or something that will take a USB stick or something like that.
Because behind that door, there's usually just a slot you put a chip in, and you're good to go. But
yeah, I don't really know much how it works. I mean, there is a website. I mean, Kent, you sent me a link for that, and I have.
I sent you that a while back. There was a
Was
cool
it you
website
that sent it me? Well,
yeah.
somebody did, and I do.
Yeah, okay.
And I do look at it. It doesn't always make an awful lot of sense to me.
Yeah, it's techie.
Yeah, it is techie, and I mean, certain things seem possible, and I'm never quite sure whether you can do A without B, or that sort of thing. Keep the floppy drive so I can load all of my samples from my floppy disk, and then save them onto an SD card or one of those. What do they call them?
SCSI to
SCSI to SD. Yeah.
Yeah, that sort of thing. Yeah.
They're not available anymore. There's the actual SCSI to SD brand, shall we call it? It's not, for want of a better word. He can't make them anymore. So there's another one that's been doing the rounds, and I forget what it's called now. It's a similar sort of thing. So it imitates a SCSI thing, but it's the way the way it formats the SD card is slightly different to the SCSI. It works just as well. In fact, some people say it's better. Not that there was anything really wrong with SCSI to SD, but you can get a Gotek drive to replace your floppy.
Yeah, that sort of thing,
Chris Poacher does them for $55.99 for the basic one, or $69.99 if you want the slightly larger screen. And that just literally you buy it, and you unplug the old drive, you plug the new drive in, and boom, that's it. It's all done. And then it comes with the 16 gig USB stick.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, what's his link? Because I haven't seen his stuff. You were talking about it, but
It is CP Magnetic Media. I'll just get his shop up.
Yeah.
He trades through eBay, but you can.
Yeah, I've got one of them on the E3.
I've got them on also. Yeah,
I mean, it literally has just all of the E3 library on it, and you don't have to bother about any discs or anything. It's just everything is there.
I just posted it in the chat.
oh, cool.
Thanks. Is it possible to fit them to fit one of those and keep the old floppy drive, so that I can still load the floppies? Because if I haven't got the floppy drive, I can't load any of those discs. In which case, it's having access to those discs and sound.
You have to dig up a SCSI drive. Yeah.
It might be worth reaching out to Chris, because if you set, I don't want to speak on his behalf, and he might say no, but he might. He might have the ability, Because I'm assuming these floppy disks are your own personal sample collection rather than factory disks.
No, they're mine. Yeah.
Yeah. So he might be able to take those disks and then image them and put them on the USB stick for you, and then send you that out, whether he charges anything extra for that.
Yeah.
But he's a lovely guy. He'll help you out however he can.
Is he able to be contacted through that eBay link?
Yeah. Or I can
Okay.
I can drop you his email. He won't mind.
Neil Wharton, he just said, I can help you to transfer your discs to SD card. So these.
Yeah, but it doesn't use SD card. It uses USB.
All right. So I'm sure. So transfer them to USB, Neil. If we can do that, that'd be brilliant. Yeah, that would be useful. Then there's less faffing about it. You just go right, well, I don't know, stick it in and have done. Because I'd love to.
Hey.
I'd love to bring.
Good evening, Earthlings.
30 back to life.
Hello, darling.
No deep.
How are we doing?
We are
What?
perpendicular.
Are you better? Are you better, Kent?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't get as many dizzy spells, but yeah, getting there.
Good stuff, matey.
Yeah, thank you.
Good
So
stuff.
you're in Nunny,
Nunny,
as in
little Nunny.
Nuneaton or Nunnington?
Nunny. It's called Nunny. It's about 3 miles outside of Frome.
Oh, right.
It's got a fantastic castle by the English Heritage. We just had a walk. Well, you can't go around it because it's locked up, but
Yeah.
took some pictures. It was great, actually. And then it's back to Chippenham tomorrow to see another house, and then it's back to York, and then it's back to Edinburgh.
Getting around.
So I'm getting around a bit, aren't I?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what do we all know?
Not a lot.
Oh,
The Nunny's got a castle.
Yeah, there you go. You see,
Is it called Nunny Castle?
funnily enough, it is.
I'm going to Google it now.
Yeah.
That's what Sarah Millican calls her bits, is her nanny. True.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Oh, wow, that's cute.
It's all right, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's quite an
I'm
imposing.
talking about the castle, not Sarah Millican's bit.
I knew exactly what you were talking about, Andy.
It's got a moat
I
around
didn't.
it. Looks,
Hey,
looks
and
like
it's got a thing that
fairy
says
tale.
deep water. So yeah, it's got a proper moat. It's right by a little river as well. Really pretty.
Oh, that's ace. Didn't know about that one.
no, I didn't know about Nunny
English
Castle.
heritage.
No, I mean the only reason I picked
Built in
Nunny
the late 14th century. That's it.
yeah,
Yeah,
it was modified in the 16th century.
yeah, it's a late castle. Really.
Is this the
Yeah.
proper old castle that had the toilet built into the walls up top that you just go through the hole?
Probably.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not the. I mean, the very earliest castles are.
What do you mean? Oh, they still
that-
do that in Rotherham.
11th
He's right.
Yeah.
Isn't it called a guardrobe or something like that?
garderobe. You protect your clothes.
Lots of those around here. Castles with, or big houses with things like that.
Yeah, so the only reason I picked Nunny to stay was because it had a car park and it was 90 quid a night. So much cheaper than the rest of Frome. And there was
Cheaper than Fiona.
Frome's a nice place actually.
Yeah.
We've seen two houses in Frome today. We were meant to see three, but when we arrived half an hour early at the third house, it was on an estate that you couldn't. The sat nav couldn't find the roads for a start. That new, and it was like a rabbit warren. And we thought we can't live here. It's on right on the outskirts of town. So, but there's one house we're interested in, quite close to the station.
Stop fucking about. Just come down to Surrey.
I know. Well, exactly. I can't. Ken, I can't afford Surrey. I can only just.
There's a lovely garden shed for 400,000. What's the
Yeah,
name of it?
exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Fuck me. Oh,
Yeah.
mate. Yeah, the prices of stuff down here is like, really?
Yeah.
What does one put in the garage? One's gold bullion.
I know. Yeah.
It's fucking ridiculous. I tell you what, the rumble on the streets is there's going to be a right old kick off with this Ulis when it comes in.
With this what, sorry?
The Ulis.
Yuli.
Well, there's people already
Ultra
taking.
low
there's,
emissions.
there's lots of Behringers going around.
Yeah.
I saw posts on Twitter today where people are already taking down cameras that they put up yesterday. They're sort of going out.
Oh yeah, no, they've been doing that all around here. Yeah, but there was people like just in World of Adventure are saying that people have to come through the Ulis areas to get to just in World of Adventure. Even if they come up from the M25 way, they have to cross it to get into it because they've now put just in World of Adventure inside the Ulis area. And people going, well, you know, it's another 12.50 on just to go just in World of Adventure. Yeah, fuck it, let's go somewhere else.
Yeah.
So we're expecting to see a lot of businesses as well to sort of like react badly when this all kicks in. So
What is Yuli's?
ultra low emission zone.
So it's like it's extending what they've done in central London.
Yeah, they were going to have one up your way, and they backed out.
Well, they did it in Manchester, didn't they?
Mm.
And they did it in Manchester because the government said, if you don't do something like this, we're going to take all this money away from you. And then when there was a kickback, the government was saying, oh, yeah, well, that's because Manchester installed an ultra-low emission zone. And like Andy Burnham's like, but you told us if we didn't do this by a certain date, you'd withhold money that we would invest into the borough. Is it still on? Yeah, it's still on hold.
The synchrotrons,
yeah.
Still on hold.
But
yeah, but at least the mayor of Manchester is actually listening.
Yeah.
There's
but you know, I'm hearing lots of good arguments
Khan
for it.
Fucking,
you know, I mean, I appreciate that lots of people are going to have cars that don't comply, and therefore are going to have to either, you know, not use their cars, which is kind of one of the reasons, or
it's the point, isn't it? Yeah.
But they have offered scrappage schemes, and they've extended the scrappage scheme.
So,
and huge amounts of people die because of it's scientifically proven that they die from air pollution, particularly in places like central London or Greater London. And
we had the guy with the air quality meter, and he went up into town, and he was getting roughly about 2 or 3 points above what he was getting out here, out in the sticks.
Yeah.
But then when he went down into the tube, it went to like 105 from 2.4. That's where the pollution is at its worst. And it's full of asbestos from the brakes and all this sort of thing. And people have to travel in that every day.
Yeah.
So they got all the lovely fresh air up the top. But if you have to use the tube, that'll kill you instead.
It's interesting you say that, because I mean, I've stopped wearing my face mask unless the tube is really full. You know, anywhere where there's lots and lots of people, I'm still wearing a mask. But generally, if it's a quiet carriage, I wouldn't have put my mask on. Actually, I probably should, because it will affect my asthma. You know.
Yeah.
I hadn't thought of that, actually. That the pollution down in the tube was so bad.
There's a lot of. I mean, I get it. I understand the whole. If your car's not compliant and it kicks out a lot of shit, then fair dues, all right. Even though the shit that your car is kicking out, you were lied to, especially if you've got a Merc or something like that. Anyway, so you were lied to what its emissions were. So you think you're buying something that's a clean diesel. It turns out there's no such fucking thing as a clean diesel. So where it gets a little bit more squeaky is people who can't afford to have a nice car, can't afford to not have the car they've got, and are excluded out of the scrappage scheme, and they're just left hanging.
So what's the criteria?
Whereas Flash Harry, right? Harry on his 80,000 a year, who's got an electric Porsche.
Yeah.
He's fine. He's
Ty Unwin.
Yeah, not cause, well, he's out in Oxford anyway. But old Flash Harry's got their lovely electric cars that do like 90 million miles an hour, and can take out Klingon warbirds without thinking. And they can do all the business right, and they got the money, but they're not having to pay the ULEs. So when you got somebody who works in a school or a nurse or whatever, they ain't getting paid properly in the fucking first place. Their car's an old shitter because that's all they can afford, and they're going, oh no, you're going to have to pay £12 a day to go to work.
Yeah.
I go, well, what am I going to do? You'll have to get rid of that car and get a nicer one. Well, where am I getting the money from? Well, we're not giving it to you. Well, will you buy my car off me? No, it's too old.
Yep.
So,
And that's where it all turns to shit. It's not about clean air. It's a stealth tax on the fucking poor again.
so how old does your car have to be be exempt?
At the moment, you qualify
just
for
lost Wi-Fi.
scrappage if your
Model
car
T.
is older than 2007.
Okay.
Sorry, newer than 2007. I beg your pardon.
Right.
If it's older than 2007, so we're in the 1,200 to 1,600 pound car bracket.
Yeah.
You're fucked. You got to take it to the scrap and do without and start again. And they're the people that haven't got the
They
fucking
haven't
money
got
to
the
do
money
it.
to do it in the first place.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Because our
So-
car's 5 years old, I think.
Yeah. So it is again a stealth tax on the poor. Again.
Yeah, 'cause like my Arteon is ULEZ compliant, so
Yeah.
I haven't got
18. Yeah.
How do
But
you
the
know
Mrs.
what your car is? Do they have
You
a
just
list?
get onto the TFL website, and then you just punch in your registration number, and
Yeah.
it'll know the age of your car and the emissions of your car, and it'll
Yeah.
tell you whether you're compliant or not.
All
Not
right.
how much the
What's that website? TFL?
Yeah.
yeah,
Transport for London.
Yeah.
tfl.gov.uk.
Yeah.
Yeah. So my Chrysler is now worth
Here you go, I'll send you the link.
tuppence now because it's
I'll stick it in the chat
scrappage excluded,
Mm.
and it's also considered a polluter.
Well,
So
Yeah.
it's a dead car now in
Mm.
terms of going into the.
It is an X car.
Into the
It has
ULEZ.
ceased to be.
Yeah,
Yes.
it used to be.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, I mean, Fiona still even now goes, oh, if I go to the garden centre, I cross into the ULEZ. I said, well, what are you worrying about? You drive the smart car. And
Mm.
she goes, yeah, at the moment the smart car is ULEZ compliant. But once it's in place, they can then move the goalposts.
Yeah.
Right? And push you more towards electric or whatever. It's all very well pushing towards electric, although nobody ever thinks about the amount of coal that they burn to make the fucking electricity to charge the cunts in the first place.
Yeah.
Or all the open cast mining for all the lithium. Because that's not damaging the environment at all. Don't worry about that. That's cool. And then nobody's done a study into how much EF radiation charging cars give off that's right outside your bloody front room window. Because we know it's high,
Mm.
but nobody wants to do a study on it. So, yeah, it's just, it's exasperating.
Hydrogen car, that's the answer.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Hydrogen
that's
was
the thing they
big
should have
to
gone
be
for.
Mm.
I mean, a waste product is drinking water, for fuck's sake.
Mm.
Right?
I mean, the
It's got to be the better
Toyota
option,
have
isn't it?
been looking
Yeah, but they
into
can't
that
bend
a lot.
anybody over for that, can they?
No.
The thing is, James May bought that Toyota, saloon, which is hydrogen powered.
Yeah.
And when he reviewed it, he said, the biggest problem with this car is nothing to do with the car. It is because there's only like 3 hydrogen filling stations
No
in
infrastructure.
the UK.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
tell me.
I
And
understood.
he put a video up last week saying, I know I love this car, and I've said but this is a fantastic car, and hydrogen really ought to be the future. But I'm having to sell it because since I made it was like 5 years ago since he bought it. The number of hydrogen filling stations has risen to a glorious 7. So, yes, it is just the infrastructure. It's just ridiculous. What can you do? There you go.
Yeah,
Yeah, well,
that's bad.
It is bad, yeah.
How many other
Yeah.
hydrogen cars are there?
Not many.
Have any
there's not many because the infrastructure isn't there, so why would you bother?
Mm.
You're not going to make a car that's not going to sell many, no matter how good the car is.
Yeah.
You know, so, but that would have been the infrastructure to build, not the electric one. But hey.
Ooh, Neil, who works for Toyota, is actually saying that hydrogen pickup is on its way. So that obviously think that if Toyota are, they've
Pushing it,
invested a
yeah.
lot of time and money.
They've clearly invested in it, yeah.
Yeah.
Then if they can implement like Tesla did with their charging points, I know it's a big investment, but they've cornered the market because of that. So if Toyota can do the same thing and get some of the big petrol stations, you know, like Shell and BP and so on, to be, you know, hydrogen retailers, then that will be a massive bump up for people, or even establish their own at their dealerships or wherever. So, however that might work. I mean, I don't know. Neil would obviously know more about that, but because I think it's a sensible way forward. I think it'll be expensive, but it's a good way forward. That's the old saying. Honda did that 20 years ago.
Yeah, well, you know, there was I can't remember who it was. There's somebody in one of the programs like Newsnight, and they're saying, you know, the government just hasn't got the money to take all the dirty cars off the roads in terms of scrappage and get people into cleaner cars. They go, well, yeah, but that's because you keep fucking wasting money, you twats. I mean, was it 200 billion? So like, oh, don't know what we've done. If we put it down somewhere, I think we left it on a bus. You know, and people go, yeah, all right then, and just move on. You know, it's like, you know. So hopefully, eventually, things will go in the right direction. I think it should have been hydrogen. Right.
I mean, I have to say that, you know, there wasn't much to promote Johnson when he was Prime Minister, but he did seem to have sort of green credentials more than the rest of the Tories, and certainly Rishi Sunak. Forget it, you know.
Yeah, I was just nipping down to the pub, darling. I'm just jumping in the jet.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, you got Keir Starmer who just goes wherever the fucking wind blows him. He's like a fucking leaf, right? So he's, you know, sort of like, please, somebody just take a fucking stand,
Mr. Wet Wipe.
Yeah, and just stick with it, you know. Mate. I don't know. Anyway, we'll never get it sorted. Anyway,
We're all under the revolution. That's right.
We'll all be dead.
Yes, we'll all be dead because the oxygen would have run out. You know.
Exactly. Yeah. We'll all got poison in the tube.
Because what was it? What was the one guy who was going? He says, "Oh yeah, but you see, what you've got to remember about hydrogen cars is they can explode."
Sure.
Petrol ones.
Yeah, petrol ones don't.
And electric cars.
Have you ever seen an electric car go up? Holy fuck on a stick! Fuck me, did they go up? And then they can catch fire again.
For up to like a week.
3 months. 3 months after they've been put out, they can catch fire again.
What?
Yeah, up to 3 months afterwards. It's just fucking just like, no, mate. It's just.
I think
mad.
we should all do what John Noakes showed on Blue Peter about 40 years ago, and that was the
Oh, not that
coal-fired
coal-fired
Capri.
Yeah.
That was
This is the way forward, aye.
Yeah.
Get down, Shep. You're supposed to be dead. You know what I mean? So, yeah, mate. Coal-fired bloody Capri. Mind you, I bet it ran better.
Yeah.
Didn't they like
back
concrete in the boot for it?
Yeah.
No, the 2.8 Mark III. That's when Capri got it right.
No, Tickford one.
Oh yeah, the Tickford, 3-litre
Turbo.
Tickford.
You're talking
Yeah,
the language now.
maybe.
Start
Yeah, I
talking
might allow
modular. What are you on about, Andy?
It looks like Hayes Anderson's got his. I think he's designing a nice new hydrogen-powered vehicle there for us.
Yeah.
No.
Well, I wouldn't put a nozzle there, mate.
Nuclear powered
All right,
cars.
chap.
Yeah.
We're going to do nuclear powered cars like Fallout. It's going to be totally safe and efficient. Don't worry about anything. No fire weapons.
Well, if they could do nuclear-powered submarines,
Yeah. Yeah, but other countries tend to shoot at them. I don't think that's a good idea for cars, is
I
it?
think what we actually need is a flux capacitor power one.
Oh god, yeah.
Yeah, with a Mr. Fusion on the back.
Yes, the one.
Yeah. Then we can all go back in time and not have to worry about it.
Go back and give Rishi Sunak a fucking condom.
No, go back and just fuck it up earlier. Mind you, with all this global warming, perhaps we should have solar power again.
Like Ian's got there. Look.
He's fallen off the bed.
He has. He's fell off. He's keeled over.
So like settee cam. Oh,
no,
ceiling
there is.
cam.
Oh. Ceiling cam.
Nice textured ceiling, actually.
It's wattle and daub. might well be looking at those walls.
It sounded good anyway. Oh, brickwork. Hello. Very parochial.
Muted, Ian.
Sorry about that. Take a drink. When I roll over in bed later on tonight and scrape my face down the side of the wall. Yes, and Matt, it was the wardrobe to Narnia. The last place. I got in and I popped home.
I just thought it was funny.
It was funny. Definitely.
Why?
What?
Oh, I was just trying to synchronise something.
By the way, hello everybody. Thanks for having me.
Hiya.
Hey,
No props, buds.
I'm designing an octave fuzz pedal, in case anybody's wondering.
cool.
I just got it down, but I want to make sure that it's perfect before I start soldering because, like, you know, it's better to correct things on paper than to have to correct things with the solder gun.
That's. Can you make a Euro
Well, mate, welcome to my world.
Whoa, back up. A what gun?
Solder.
No. You said it correctly.
You did say it correctly.
That was your
You said it-
imagination.
No, you said the real word. You didn't drop the letters
I know,
out.
right?
It's
It's like
definitely put an L in.
Well done.
Yeah.
I get in so much trouble over here for saying that.
Solder.
Hey, where are you from? I'm from Tennessee. What are you talking about? I was born here.
Yeah.
SOLDER. Also, I did learn some French, so I've learned to kind of, roll with the punches.
Ah.
Look at that. Stunning. Right. Oh, come on.
Stodder and Hawk.
Richard Hilton. People who say Norwich criticise.
Nah.
I can't see the chat.
Spot on, Richard. Actually, Richard's place names.
Go on, Mr. President. I thought you were going to come in, bud.
Norwich, Leicester,
Yeah.
Worcestershire.
Worcestershire.
Worcestershire saucer.
All quite.
Yeah.
Gloucester.
Oh, God.
Gloucester.
Leicester.
Addick.
Aluminium.
Yeah.
Get away with that one. Yeah.
Aluminum. Yeah.
Yeah. Was it a
Well, we had
spelling
this discussion
mistake
the
on the
other night, didn't
patent? Spelling mistake on the patent.
No.
Yeah. Look
No,
it
was
up.
No,
Do
I
your
did.
research, dude.
I did. Apparently,
Only
the
because
guy,
you read something for 5 minutes on Wikipedia.
the guy who discovered aluminium,
Yeah.
actually originally called it
Fucking camera.
something else, but then it was originally called, or he then called it aluminum, and then apparently some years later they wanted to make it sound more Latin, so they added the I, so they made it I can't fucking say it. Aluminium. Simply just to make it sound, but the scientific community recognised both.
Aluminium.
What was the original name?
Let's call it bauxite, like the ore that's mined.
What was it now?
I don't know. Come on.
I had a friend who spells his name incorrectly to what everybody else would spell it because his dad was absolutely fucking wankered at the registry office and spelt James Jayms.
Oh, right, okay.
Hey, Robbie, was it aluminum?
Alumium, that's the one.
Alumium.
That's what it was originally called, alumium, and then he said no, it's going to be aluminum, and then they decided, some scientific body decided they wanted to make it sound a bit more Latin, like what all the others are, and they added the I.
You want to get crazy with names, you go into biological taxonomy nomenclature, holy shit, it's all over the map.
I can imagine.
The
And then
IUM denotes metal, doesn't it?
I wouldn't know.
I'm not that advanced in my science.
You're the linguist, Andy.
You're
presumably
the cunning linguist.
Yes.
Hey.
Ba, 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 ba.
But yeah, presumably any metal has a UM at the end.
Yeah.
Not necessarily, but
No.
Never think through the periodic table.
arum.
Aurum, argentum, platinum.
Gold.
Yeah, but what about?
Maybe that's wrong.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe what I've just said isn't right. Maybe the IUM isn't right for mechanism. It's just the well, which is a Latin
Sodium.
ending.
Like any
Sodium,
system, rules are meant to be
lithium,
broken, right? So
Yeah,
beryllium,
exactly. Yeah.
beryllium, röntgenium, uranium,
They're
plutonium,
all- and they're all
Stadium.
all metals.
Idiom.
That's om.
Oh,
Tu-
idiom.
tu-
Oh, it's
tungsten,
om, is it? Oh, I do beg pardon.
Tungsten. What do you mean, tungsten? It's wolfranium.
what about wankarium?
Oh, and vibranium as well.
Fuckoffium. But it's very hard to find.
Reach aroundium? Yeah.
Yeah, reach around him. Yeah. Extra points.
Unobtainium.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a classic.
Very expensive, apparently.
Yeah. Got loads of it. Californium. Yeah.
Darmstadtium, Hessium,
Bristolium.
Rutherfordium.
Londinium.
Röntgenium.
Is there a sorry?
Basaltium.
Robert, is there a Darmstadtium? Did you just?
Yes, there's Darmstadtium because it was created in Darmstadt. There's Hessium or Hassium because it was also done in Darmstadt, in Hessen. As soon as you get to the later elements, the last row of the periodic table, where it's all just artificial.
It's turned into an episode of The Unbelievable Truth, isn't it?
Well, the last few elements on the table actually last for milliseconds or microseconds, so they only exist in a lab.
Yeah, I think Hessium or Röntgenium you can definitely get some time
I
on.
think Fiona's wine's on that table as well.
Lasts a few seconds.
Yeah, that's but a moment in air.
Radium by M Audio. Well done, Matt.
Oh, it's been a while since I've had one of those.
What the fucking fuck is
Oh, that's
But we all know it. But,
There's a Mac user if ever I heard one.
but there can't be any Behringer because obviously it's not made out of metal. Because we know Behringer is made out of metal, it can't be a UM.
Ebdenbridgium.
Ebdenbridge.
Okay, you just get
Hepton Bridge.
What the fuck is
Where is Curly tonight, anyway?
With the penguin of death, obviously.
Yeah.
What, murdered already by the penguin?
Yeah. We could but hope. That was a bit. That
Oh,
was
hello.
vicious. That was a bit vicious, wasn't it?
Hey,
Uncle Rich!
Hello.
Hey!
Iltonium.
set stage? There we go.
There you go, yeah.
Yay.
Hi, Richard.
He can't.
Now we can play celebrity squares.
There is only one.
Oh, Irish, she's got to be on a Mac.
Hey, Rich, can we live troubleshoot your audio again?
He can't hear.
Echo.
Oh, we can hear. Oh, we can hear him. Oh,
It's been a while since it was on.
Oh, we can hear him. 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 Oh, we can he
All the settings have been removed.
Nope.
Oh, it's got
Oh, lost one down now. Right. Okay.
That killed the conversation, didn't it?
Gonna have another crack at it now.
Let's not go back to the periodic table.
No, let's not go back.
No.
Did you watch Open University last night?
I did not.
Don't-
I've not watched it back yet.
Don't tell me, because I'll be watching when I get home.
We did all right last night. We actually nailed quite a few of them.
Well, if I
You
can
w-
bugger off for half an hour, I'll watch it and then jump back in.
What? Actually, we might watch it tonight, actually.
Yeah.
Because actually, the TV in our room doesn't work. Although there's a little message saying we apologise for the TV. But I can probably watch it on.
Something to do with that
What
axe
is it?
stuck in the front of it.
Yeah.
I've never seen. Is it mostly academic, or is a lot of pop culture stuff in there?
Bit of everything.
Oh, it's
Everything?
everything. But you know, but you really do have to know your 14th century monasteries.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's
In
always
the
good to
UK?
brush up on that. In
No,
the
in
UK.
Yes, I'm probably alright at that one.
And Only Connect. I'm looking to get a couple right on Only Connect.
Oh, Only Connect this week was no.
Really?
I've seen that yet.
Yeah, it was like off the bloody charts. It was.
I love it. It's great. So bonkers.
What? and the two walls. Oh my god. They were like, you know when they did the final, what those
Yeah.
walls are like. It was
Yeah.
like that. It was like, but these two teams, they're just nailing it. You know. Oh yes, that's all parts of a duck. Oh. You know.
What is the average airspeed of an unladen swallow?
Indeed.
Yeah.
Yeah, indeed. Are we working now, Rich?
I think so.
Yay! There you go.
Hi,
There
Hi,
you
Rich.
go.
See you again.
Nice to see you all.
Like the golf jumper.
What, this thing?
yeah, it's cool.
Oh, this old thing?
Oh, come on.
Hey,
Stop it.
this doesn't just happen by itself, you know.
This is hard work, bitch.
Man, I had to roll out of bed to get into this shit.
So, you're glad you got your first leg of the tours done?
Oh, was that the first leg?
Yeah,
I thought
apparently.
the first leg was the one that started in May.
Yeah, it was a long leg.
They were,
Now you got to do
they
the
were
other leg now.
actually, they were approximately equivalent length legs.
Yeah.
The first of which was U.S., and then we just did 6 weeks over yonder, and now
Yeah.
we're back in the U.S. And next Monday that kicks in again for another 5.5 weeks, and then 2 weeks after that we're going to Australia and New Zealand,
Oh man, busy.
Winter down there, mate.
where we
You're all right.
arrive to play. I believe it's 5 gigs in 6 days from the moment
Whoa.
we touch down.
Oh, 10.
And the day in between, that's not a gig day, is like 7 hours of travel.
Oh,
Yeah.
Just in case it all looks glamorous from a distance. But it is a lot of fun, and I do love it.
Yeah.
What's all this nonsense with you playing one of those stick things with metal strings on?
Well, you know,
You're
Oh,
letting
yeah,
the
I saw
side
that.
down, Rich.
I've
You're
been
letting
playing
the
it my whole
side-
life, but people are just finding out about it now. It's,
Yeah.
That's very, must be
There's
very
usually a guitar right behind me here. I mean,
Yeah.
every time I'm on
This is
one of
true.
these.
Yeah. Oh, we know you can play it, but
Well, he knew I could play it. And we came to a point where we had a song that 2 guitars needed to be playing, and the other guy who plays guitar also is the vocoderist, who's got a lot of important parts in that song to play. So it fell to me to play the rhythm guitar. And he and I have been playing guitar together for 30-something years, you know, in studios where we both have guitars in our hands. And I've even played in Chic a few times, mostly during the Foundation Gala guest deals where you need a different, you know, distribution of instruments, and both Russell and I play guitar. So Russell being the other keyboardist.
Yeah.
So we could have up to, you know, 3 guitars just in the band playing at a time. So there's been various configurations of that along the years, but now it's in the show, and I actually get introduced, and it's a thing.
Yeah, it's really cool.
That's fun. That's fun. Yeah. I like doing it. It's great. It's a nice break. The actual thing, there's an interesting. Actually, it's so I get the guitar while he's talking, and I actually sit down now on the bed on the stool, and I kind of warm up, while he's telling the story about how the record came to be and all that.
Yeah.
But it's after I'm done, and I have to hand the guitar off, put the pick away, and then immediately just play keyboards and sing. And there's something I'm learning about that transition, and it's taking me a minute to get there, but I'm getting closer now, where the hands just fall right into place, and it all feels like one normal flow. But in the beginning, it was really kind of like, oh wow, now I got to play keyboards and sing it. And it's a fast transition coming out of it. There's a little more space going into it, but it's fun. And thank you for looking in. I appreciate it. Anybody who is looking in, I do very much. Which reminds me, I should I should unpin this chat window so I can look at the chat window and you lot at the same time. Hey, how am I doing? You lot.
That's bunch.
Reprobates, that's what we are.
You lot.
Yeah. Well,
I tour with Brits.
Every other day.
I learned some
Getting old now.
Yeah, and I attached the keyboard to the back of the guitar strap. Funny stuff.
We know what the next step is, Rich. You've done the
Headbanging along
keyboards.
wig.
There's
done
not
the
going
guitar.
to be any guitar involved in this. No.
Trombone, come on, go for it.
Trombone.
Trombone.
Now, did you say that because you actually knew that I played trombone?
I mean, yes. But
Wow. You remembered that. I'm flattered. Yeah.
You're the only person we know who does.
Oh, I see. Well, I don't.
Oh, I know trombone.
I
Well,
did
a few.
It would take a lot. When you are the vibration, it takes a lot of practice and a lot of physical training to get your mouth to do those things.
I mean, also the sort of brass parts in that music, they tend to be quite high, so that's quite hard on the lips when you're not constantly doing it.
There is one song where I'm using a brass patch on a keyboard to sort of play out the bottom part of the horn section sound of something. So I'm thinking like that, but I don't think I should put a trombone to my lips on a stage these days. I don't think that's the thing to do. But it's nice of you to think of it. It's a cute idea. I have a ukulele over here. That might work too. I once played Le Freak on a ukulele on a flight, and for some flight attendants. I don't know how this all happened, but it was back when you could actually congregate on a plane and have a social life.
Depends whether you can say, turned out nice again. Do that and then have the ukulele. You're laughing.
Well, some guy produced the ukulele, and I quickly reminded myself that it's tuned more or less like the top strings of a guitar. So I was able to crank out something that sounded like Le Freak, and we're all in the back singing, and there were the flight attendants are singing along and passing out ice cream, and it was like a big party.
That's cool. But George Formby, wasn't it? George Formby never played a ukulele.
What was it?
George
A banjolele.
It was a banjolele, was it?
Yeah.
Are we talking about the same George Foreman? We couldn't be.
Not George Foreman, no, George
Formby.
Formby.
Oh,
George
Formby.
Foreman.
Yeah, George Foreman. Yeah,
It was a famous Lancashire lad.
He did a grill.
yeah. As James has just shouted from across the room, George Foreman did a grill.
Yeah, of course he did.
George Formby didn't.
That was after he beat Ali.
Yeah, exactly.
I think
George
I wouldn't say
Formby.
George Formby beating Ali at all, to be honest.
George Formby films are really good. I remember watching them when I was
Foreman
growing up.
Yeah.
He was really good.
He
Turn
was
that
a-
nice again.
Hey up.
Hello, brother.
Yeah, brilliant.
It's culturally 1,000 miles away, Richard.
Yeah, it is.
Honestly,
You probably
it's like
yeah. Rich Andy and they've got no idea who these guys are. This guy is very
George
English.
Formby?
He's very English.
I think I've heard his name before.
Yeah,
I'm
it
trying to
was,
think of sort of an American equivalent.
40s, really, but he did do films into the late 50s. He was a big star at one point, you know.
Okay.
But yeah, played a banjolele.
A banjolele.
Yeah.
So it's sort of it's the shape of a banjo, but it's a ukulele,
It's very small.
very small.
See? So it's got sort of a drum head resonator.
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
see.
Is it also
It's only got-
with you?
It's got four steel strings on it.
Four strings, yeah.
Steel strings tuned like
Yeah.
a ukulele.
Yeah.
I see.
Can you also move a bridge around like on a banjo to make it nice and impossible to tune?
Yeah, you can actually. Yeah, I've sold a few. They're all right actually.
You,
He's nailed it.
You mean just a trapeze bridge where the
Yeah, you just move it up and down.
Yeah, it just sits on the drum, and
Yeah.
it's so much fun when it goes out of tune and then continues moving, and you're just sitting there through the song trying to not bash your head against something
Yeah.
to make it bearable.
El Kabong
Mm.
used to be a character in children's cartoons when I was a kid called El Kabong. He had a guitar, he would bash over somebody's head, and it went
Mhm.
that was the stick. I actually heard a story about somebody professional doing that to somebody else professional, but I don't think I want to tell this tale because I wasn't there for it. But some famous guitarist became fed up with some other famous guitarist, apparently, and decided to do an El Kabong.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah,
Yeah.
indeed.
Yeah. For real, it's a different kettle of fish altogether.
Yeah.
I don't know. If it was a Who gig, then maybe the other guitarist was just standing on stage, and
Just got his head in the
Pete
way.
Townsend was doing it normally. Just like, oh,
Collateral damage. Man, he was just in the way. I didn't know. I was swinging for
Happened
the
to be
fences,
throwing it that way. Yeah.
as we say in baseball. Swinging for the fences.
Have you got your Model 15, Kent? Is that why it's... Is it turned up? Is it Model 15, isn't it?
55.
You've ordered? 55. Is it turned up?
No. No, it's not due till next month.
All right.
what a Behringer product not being.
But they're taking you,
deliverable.
they're taking your money.
Oh, God, yeah.
Of course they have, yeah.
Of course they have. Yeah.
Yeah.
Long gone, mate. So, but I made up for it with this memory moog.
Ah, right.
I sort of worked to order, as it were.
Can you build me a memory moog? Can you build me a memory moog?
Yeah, sure.
I mean, now that you've built one out of spare parts that you found in
Mate, it's
grocery store dumpsters.
unbelievable. It really is.
So what is the serial number then? If it's built out of parts?
I don't know.
Zero-
I haven't made
zero,
up
zero,
my
one.
mind yet. Yeah. Yeah, another 001 from me.
Yeah.
God's sake.
It sounds to me like you can, walk
What
into
was
your
it?
kitchen pantry and produce the parts to make a memory moog.
Yeah. It's
Was it a
takes too
KSR80?
long. Yeah. But you got a serial number behind you, 001, haven't you?
Who's
You
that,
still
me?
got, yeah, you still got your
there. Right
yeah.
there. Right there. And who was it? Who did a thing about the rarest piece? Maybe it was a Sonic Talk, which I wasn't on.
Yeah.
And I was like pointing at that thing.
Mm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right, I'm going to pop out because I'm going to go and watch. I'm going to
Let's
go
have
and
a
watch
look then.
no, behave yourself, you.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to go and watch University Challenge with Jane.
All right, Ian.
And so
All
am I.
right, see you later, guys.
Living the
Not with
fast
Jay.
lane, man.
So-
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I'll see you later. We'll be back in a bit. Nice to see you
Bye.
again, folks. Yeah,
Bye.
I'll see you, Richard.
Au
Take care.
revoir.
Cheers. Later,
Ta-da.
guys.
Oh, Andy's gone too. All right, good.
Oh, Andy's
No
come.
problem. Bye, Andy.
Where is Curly tonight? I really need to get with it.
I'd be worried about the penguin. It's not been up to any good.
Oh, this camera, for fuck's sake.
As someone who records episodes of Jeopardy, I can sympathize with Ian right now. I literally watch them back.
Yeah. No, I watch them live.
Not more than once, but I do watch. In other words, I watch them in sequence whenever I get to them.
Well, it's cheating if you watch it a second time.
Yeah, indeed.
I know the answer to this. Let me think. Yeah. Just look impressive and intelligent in front of your friends. Pre-record. I'll go and get my iPad and I'm going to hit up Curly. Oh no, I can do it from there, can't I?
There's actually quite a lot of effort pre-record and then play back at exactly the same time and switch over at the perfect time with a real time transmission.
Would we be traveling at the speed of light when that happened?
I mean, who knows? Unlikely.
Yeah, I understand.
Well, actually, you might be traveling at the speed of light.
You didn't say it doesn't matter.
I don't know, if the other person is traveling at the speed of light as well in the same direction, well, it doesn't matter. If they're not, then
Doesn't matter.
it might.
It anti-matters.
Have you broken it yet, Rob?
No, I was just trying to figure out why the file wasn't syncing across the cloud, and then it just dawned on me that I'd still got it open on the desktop, and it won't synchronize onto the laptop until I've finished doing what I was doing on the desktop and saved it off there.
Oh, okay.
So it was a problem in chair, not in computer.
As always.
As always. As always. So, hopefully, now it's all synchronized.
Yeah, file syncing where you wash your files.
Oh, no, it's still not synced.
That's funny, Wago. Best when you see a quiz show a second time and you still get the answer wrong.
It's possible with University Challenge because sometimes you just don't understand the question.
Well, you just didn't pay attention.
No, seriously, they start using words and you're going, what's that mean? What, eh? What? Guess. I don't know. Eclectic space giraffe. That'll do. Fucking hell. Oh, camera's settled down at last, I think. Yep. Whee.
How did you achieve that? Did you tell it to do that like 10 times?
Well, it's weird because if I lock it, it starts moving about all over the place after about 10 minutes. So if I take it off and go, right, be free, it's still. So I have serious doubts about these chips at the moment. In terms of working with older software, anyway.
Not had a problem with any older software on this one yet.
Well, fuck you.
Actually, all the laptops. So
I thought you had some problems with Incinerator.
Mm.
well, yeah, but that's nothing to do with.
That's,
That's not this end.
Mm.
I can't say I have either.
Yeah, I used to think it meant lock to me, but it doesn't actually mean to actually lock the camera in place. So, but then have it set to standard so it doesn't move, and then after 10 minutes on those settings, it just starts moving around by itself for no apparent reason. Never did figure out.
Webcam's in the autofocus. Mine even just did it just now when I turned it on. It was all blurry.
Yeah, it's possible. It is possible.
We complain about such things. I love it. It's like, oh, it autofocuses for us. How horrible.
yeah, that's why you have manual focus, far superior.
Manual focus, that's for people who work. Good God.
Or you have fancy things that track your face.
For people who read manuals.
Do I need a
Yeah.
clutch pedal to operate one of those?
I think you do. You need Yamaha's FM7 pedal. It's absolutely biz. Oh, I mustn't make gestures either, because you make the right gesture and then it suddenly zooms in at you. I prefer the old days. Yeah, just I think you make an L-shaped thing like that and you do all this business and it all
Don't
goes.
mess, because you did last time he did that. You got stuck right in your.
Yeah, it got stuck. I had to actually shut the computer down and start again. Oh, me and computers. Why? Oh, I don't know.
I been using computers now, as we all have, right? But I got a computer science degree back in '99, and at this point in time, I feel like I know less about computers than I ever have in my entire life.
Yeah. Well, there was a time when computers used logic.
Brilliant.
Yeah. Now they use, I don't know.
It tries to be intuitive.
Magic.
Oh, yeah.
I have been playing around with ChatGPT, and I am impressed. It does have imagination, so I'm not convinced of the music that it's going to generate yet, how interesting that will be, but we'll see.
Yeah. I was asked that earlier, actually. Somebody said, oh, do you think it'll ever replace, writing music? And I said, well, probably yes it will, but hopefully I'll be cold and in the ground by then and I don't care. So.
Well, thankfully you'll still be alive, so but you may wish that you were dead, but we're
I
glad that
probably wish it wasn't. Yeah.
I mean, it will definitely replace music that you wish it replaced anyway, because it's probably going to be better.
I don't know. I've always been hoping that it's always going to come back to performance. People will want to see performances. That's what I'm hoping.
Yes, but all this sort of low quality advertising and that sort of level will definitely jump on it to not have to pay anybody. When the question is ultimately, are people going to be cheaper than having to pay some extortionate sum to a big tech company?
But I mean, another aspect of that is like, if somebody puts up a track and they go, oh, I did this track, and you listen to it and you go, oh, that's really, really good. Yeah, cool. Yeah, kudos, respect, and all that. But when you get to the point where computers can do it, and then you can just say, yeah, I did this, and a computer did it, does it devalue the whole thing?
I mean, it devalues you as a person if you take credit.
Yeah, but there's vacuous wanks out there. They'll do it. They'll do it. And then, so when it gets to the point when somebody does put up a track and go, here's a track I did last night, and they go, yeah, well, mind you, they do that now with people who even do work on it, so it's probably not actually going to change a lot, is it?
Good point. I think one of the problems that I at least personally face, and it's nothing that I really care about because I'm not a professional, right? So it's okay for me. I'm just a hobbyist, someone who has been, building his whole life up to just want to do this in his final, middle age. Is that what I find is that, there's just too many Me Too's out there right now. Like, oh, hey, check out my track. No, I want you to listen to my track. Oh, hey, no, by the way, listen to my track. So with AI now being able to generate even more and more and more, I guess we're past Andy Warhol's 15 minutes of fame type kind of thing. And again, maybe, just maybe, it will all just kind of implode on itself and it will just come back to one thing, human performance. I think humans want to connect with humans ultimately. And we should be using these tools to help us connect with each other rather than to separate us. Just,
Well, when people pay a lot of money to see some avatars on a stage.
And see, well, luckily, no, this is where I think it's going to be worse too, because AI is one of the most brilliant and best marketers out there ever. So marketing, this stuff is just going to be, even more easy to promote now, to generate the advertisements and all the marketing materials. That is the one thing I can't do is I can't talk like a marketer, and I'm terrible at updating my resume and selling myself at job interviews, and AI has been helping me write stuff that I could never write. I'm kind of ashamed to repeat it even, it's like, it's so slimy, so corporate.
Yeah, well, I mean, I suppose nothing really follows a logical progress anyway. I mean, in a world where you can buy all sorts of lovely bits of hardware now for next to nothing, why would somebody want to spend £12,000 on a 50-year-old analog synth? And yet they do. Yeah.
Yes, people are stupid.
Yeah.
As Star Trek told us.
Well, what you do is
people make
you put it into a different
illogical
category.
decisions.
You know, now people used to say, "Oh, vintage analog." It's not vintage analog anymore. Now it's technically antique analog, and it falls into the antique markets, and that's got nothing to do with what goes on in the rest of the world.
Well, supply and demand ultimately still, though.
Yeah. But even then, I mean,
But there are not a lot of Le Corbusier houses around to purchase, so they command a premium.
yeah. Well, why is it 110,000 for a Korg PS3300, which essentially is just a sort of like pimped string synth? You're not getting value from that.
Why is it that much when a 3100 is like $8,000?
Because there's less of them. Who knows? Or because somebody put one up for 110 and it sold for that, therefore that must be the price.
Why are TP303 still going for thousands of dollars? 2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
I mean, why they ever went for that much money for something that sounds so terrible?
I mean, don't get me wrong, I love the way that they sound, but they shouldn't be worth more than
And so
$500.
heavily recreated.
And easily recreated. It's just a simple architecture.
Thousands of different variants of that are available to you for just a few dollars, and yet an original one, oh my god, yes, for $3.5. Yeah, go have it.
They're horribly constructed. I mean, that's unfair to say, but they're cheaply constructed. They're made out of cheap materials. Like you pick one up, and it's like, wow, this is $3,000 worth. Really, you'd expect at least a better enclosure and better buttons.
Yeah. Well, it was never really designed to do anything that it's used for anyway, is it?
Yeah, the trick is you throw it through some distortion pedals and delay, and you get lucky. It's about finding even though it has a resonant filter that is very, very tamed, it's also very, very wild. So it's hard to hit the resonant filter in such a way that it pierces your ear, like a lot of other synthesizers can do. But at the same time, it has a very limited range that you want to stick in. You kind of want to find that zone. And I've gotten it to sound like a saxophone before, and just like a really amazing lead guitar. I think of it more as a lead guitar synthesizer than a bass synth, honestly.
Yeah.
But I mean, no resonance on it, and it's a fun bass without resonance, a bit like a System 100 at that point.
Fair enough, yeah. And you can definitely get that sound out of any other synthesizer, really.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, so many synth architectures are so similar to others. It's not surprising you can get, pretty much the same sound from a whole range of units. So many of them follow the same sort of like laws.
My uncle came for a visit one time, and he saw my synthesizers, and the first thing he said was, "Don't they all sound the same?" Wow. Well, they can.
Yeah, they can.
Right, he may have a point.
Yeah, he always has a great point.
Yeah.
And about those people who have like 50 guitars hanging behind them.
Mm-hmm.
It's just
Yeah.
like don't like half of them sound the same. Half of them are some form of superstrat, and the other half are some form of Les Paul. And then there are like 3 others in there.
Yeah.
No, I'm not-
Begs the question: what price nuance?
Every time I go visit my guitar player, he's got either a new guitar pedal, a new amp, or a new guitar. It's awesome. But he can explain what it is, and I can attest. When you start stacking guitar pedals together, they don't always work together well. Sometimes you have to substitute a different delay, a different distortion, a different this or that, and all of a sudden you'll just have magic.
Yeah.
So I can see why guitar players are constantly rotating their pedals on their board, trying to find just the right.
I must admit, there was a time when I was buying stuff for the sheer enjoyment of buying it and nothing else, literally.
Did you just run out of room?
Hmm? Yeah, I mean, which is quite a sad situation to be in when you're buying something simply because you just get a kick out of buying something.
I concur.
And then sit it in a cupboard and don't go near it. It's mental. It's absolutely mental.
I try to set things up to where I have to use this stuff, I guess.
Yeah.
Because I don't use a DAW, and I'm not like trying to be that guy at all. It's just that since I was a computer developer, it's just not fun at the end of the day to go from a computer to a computer. That's all.
Yeah.
And electronics is one of those things that always eluded me, and I always wanted to learn it. So when I got into this hobby about 5 years ago, it was just natural that I would have to jump into electronics.
Yeah, I must admit, sometimes coming up here and playing does feel like a busman's holiday. Well, like it would to you, Rich, in many respects, wasn't it? To sit down in front of a keyboard and play it now, it's sort of like, oh Christ, I've just been doing that for 8 weeks. Give me a break.
I haven't even powered this thing up yet.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's
I mean, I've been home. I've only been home for 2 days, but I literally. It might be time though.
Check if a Rolly still works.
Yeah.
That's a little more involved. That involves setting up the laptop, which I've been ignoring for 2 days as well. All right, still works.
Is that the JD thing?
This thing?
Mm.
This is an FP60.
Oh, did the other thing go back then?
What, the Phantom?
Yeah.
The Phantom is part of the U.S. stage rig.
Oh, you don't get to keep one at home.
That's exactly right.
Oh, that's a shame. Because that is
nobody offered to let me keep one at home, and I didn't assume.
Yeah, I should have nudged, mate.
Nudged, huh?
Yeah, just a little nudge. Go on, they're not that much. Go on.
You ever have like a factory full of them?
They won't miss it. Walk out the door with it under your arm.
That's what I always think when I go to the jewellery store.
Yeah. It's funny how uppity they get about it, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think what's the matter? You've got loads of them. You've got loads of them. What's the matter with you?
Well, excuse me, Constable. I was only borrowing.
Mm. More dramatic in D.
What is that I was listening to just
I
now?
have no idea. It would be several things all at once.
Oh, as far as the
Knowing
instruments
me.
playing?
Yeah.
You have no idea.
Yeah. I can't remember. Good God, no. There are things running.
He says, I don't know, I just work here, right? Is it the...
Yeah, this thing was on when I got here. Did have a nice...
Does the whole of Australia not observe daylight savings?
I thought it's different across territories.
Yeah.
We don't in Arizona here in the States. And I hope that we're fixing to drop it altogether.
Arizona also doesn't recognize MLK Day, so that's a whole other matter.
Really?
Yeah, they're a bunch of crazy bastards in Arizona.
They're just weird there sometimes. I mean, I live in Phoenix.
It's Trump Central, basically. So.
It's funny because Arizona does have pockets of
They do have pockets, yeah.
sensible artistic thinking, and there are other places where it's like you say.
It's being a musician. I find that we tend to go, at least here in the States, we tend to go where the more liberal-minded people are. And so when I go to Arizona, I'm always hanging out with my friends in Sedona, and so I just don't see the things that are on TV, I guess.
Of course.
What now? What?
Australian daylight, because it's winter over there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's 9. Yeah, so it's 9, not 10. Yep, that's fine. That's cool. I've got a meeting, an online meeting with somebody or some people in Sydney, and I just wanted to make sure that I don't turn up like an hour late or something stupid. I couldn't figure out whether they observed daylight savings or not.
That's why Ramsey used to fix the show time, and then he changed it for a while for our daylight saving stuff, and then he fixed it back again. He said, forget about it. He's tired of changing it.
Yeah, just leave it where it is. It's fine.
Yeah.
Just do the show whenever on that day.
We'll get the notification. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. Oh, arse biscuits.
Well, you forget them again.
Oh. Okay.
So cryptic.
No, sorry.
Well,
This meeting coincides with, or immediately precedes something else that I'm going to need to drive to. Okay.
I read that, Matt. It's like that joke, wasn't it? With the guy who goes, he says, "You see that church over there?" He says, "I built that." Do they call me an architect? No. He says, "See that bridge? I built that. Do they call me a bridge builder? No. I fuck one sheep."
I've heard that joke before. That's a good one. It's a really, really long joke, but yeah.
Yeah.
There's a video of Paul McCartney telling it.
Is there really?
There is. I think.
Are you for real, Rich?
I'm not joking. I'm not joking.
I gotta find this.
It may be titled. It's YouTube, and it may be titled "Paul McCartney Tells a Dirty Joke" or something like that. I don't remember exactly. But yes, there is a video of Paul McCartney telling it.
I'm doing well. That's my second joke tonight.
Well, I saw Harrison Ford telling a well, slightly rude joke. There's a bloke filling up the grocery section, the green grocery section in the supermarket, and this woman taps him on the shoulder and says, "Excuse me, have you got any broccoli?" And he turns around and says, "Oh, do you know, I'm really, really sorry. We're like clean out of broccoli, but we'll have some in first thing fresh tomorrow morning." So the woman turns around and she goes away. 5 minutes later, she comes back, she taps him on the shoulder and says, "Have you got any broccoli?" And he says, as I explained earlier, we're fresh out of broccoli. We had a bit of a rush on it today. It's all gone, but we'll have some back tomorrow morning. So she walks off and she comes back again 5 minutes later, taps him on the shoulder and says, "Have you got any broccoli?" And he says, "Look, lady," he says, "we haven't got any broccoli. There's none coming in tomorrow, until tomorrow." And this is where my brain starts to go funny, because so she turns to him and says, he turns to her and says, "Oh no, just gone." Shit, man. See, this is what I'm talking about.
Oh, so
My
did you
memory
get any
just
broccoli or
goes.
what?
It just goes.
The important thing is you still got to laugh. So
No. Oh, that's it. Yeah.
Oh,
He
go on.
says. He says. He says. Indulge me a moment, madam. Indulge me. He says. Can you spell cat as in catastrophe? And she goes, of course, C-A-T. He says, okay. So can you spell dog as in dogmatic? And she says, yes, of course, D-O-G. He says, well, can you spell broccoli with no... oh, God, no, it's gone again. Oh, fuck it. Forget it. I'm gone. I'm out of here. This is bad. This is bad.
Oh.
It wasn't that bad, was it?
What a silly
it was.
bunt.
Yeah, it was. It was an utter collapse in mid-presentation.
He's going to have a think.
I think he's, last guy I saw do that was Mitch McConnell.
Oh, boy.
So he says to her...
Hey!
He says to her, how do you spell fuck as in broccoli? And she turns around and she says, but there's no fuck in broccoli. He says, that's what I've been trying to tell you. I'm so sorry about that.
Just a delayed punchline, don't worry about it.
Dear.
There's a certain cadence.
Yeah.
There are people who have made entire careers out of being shit at telling jokes. Not me. This is, I'll tell you, my memory.
The secret
is
of comedy timing.
I think Paul wants some credit here, Robbie. You better negotiate this.
What? Oh yeah. Wait, there is. Oh yeah, there you go. I didn't see that. I just had to play back what I saw earlier today and get the fucking thing right.
Oh God, that's a bit harsh.
Oh.
Well, it's true.
I'm surprised Paul is even asking for an assist, given the delivery.
I killed it, didn't I?
Oops.
So if you're a mafia guy, you couldn't afford to mess up your jokes. It could be fatal. So.
What do you mean, if I'm a mafia guy?
Oh, here we go.
You hanging out with Bricktop?
Doesn't like to leave any witnesses.
If told right, it's a great joke.
If told right, yeah. Most jokes, if told right, are good jokes.
Oh dear, that's brutal. I'm going to have to go and get myself a glass of alcohol.
Go on then.
Yeah, I'm going to have it. In my Blade Runner glass. You wouldn't know what that is, Rich, but I'll show you it when I bring it up.
That's the glass is guaranteed to spill.
Yes, progress for the future.
Oh, he's got the tile back up. When did that go up?
Oh, it's been up for a while now.
Shows how much attention I'm.
Well, I think it constantly goes up and down.
Oh dear God.
So the taxman's screwed you over. Then you're not getting your little kickback, Rob.
I am, but I'm getting it through my PAYE code, I think, rather than as a lump sum, which I think is probably the safest bet at the moment. Because if I had a lump sum in my pocket, it would just get spent on something probably frivolous. But no, as my wife pointed out to me, because I was going to put it towards the new Mac, but as my wife pointed out to me, she said, "Oh, you can just go in a shop and do one of these 0% interest-free jobbies, and just the extra you're getting a month, you just pay that. So that's what I'll probably do. But let's get the holiday over with first, because I'm probably going to need some extra cash for that. Oh, and now somebody just put a Hofner violin bass up for sale near me. I tried playing bass many years ago and didn't succeed, really. But I have a thing about the Hofner violin bass, for obvious Beetle-related reasons.
But for Rickenbacker, it sounds far better. It's all over the later records.
Yeah, but it's just the Hofner. It's a lovely looking thing.
Well, the palm you to the Rickenbacker.
Oh, I'm not disputing that the Ricky's has a tone of all of its own, but yeah, the Hofner still does it.
It's distinctive, the Hofner bass.
Yeah. I just think it's pretty, you know.
Sometimes, most of the time, it is. There are some things it does. It doesn't do John and whistle, but it does a lot of things very well.
No,
If you just palm mute on the Rickenbacker, it sounds surprisingly similar.
Well, I couldn't say I've never played a Ricky bass, so...
No, it's when you try to go through... When you do actually find solo bass tracks on Beatles records, it's quite hard to tell whether it's a palm muted Rickenbacker or the Hefner. Because... but might be also a reason why when Paul went for Rickenbacker so much later.
Could be.
Because it's a familiar tone, but also it can be the nice, aggressive, cutting through sound. Which, considering that he played a bit like a lead guitarist, worked quite well.
One day. I entered a competition a couple of years ago to win one. And it was one of those ones where you didn't have to answer a question, you had to come up with a catchy little, quote of some description. I can't remember what it was now, but I thought the one I got was so good. And I was like, I'm convinced I'm going to win this. No, I didn't. But no, when I was stood in front of my mirror, aged, I don't know, single digits or whatever, listening to the Beatles with my tennis racket, my tennis racket was always a Hofner violin bass.
Do they still make the same style, or only used ones are available?
No, they still make it. They make different versions of it now, different, pickups or finishes or whatever. But yeah, it's still a current thing.
They're kind of skinny, right? Aren't they kind of skinny, the body?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a violin.
Yeah.
My kid's got one that's black and white that he calls the Penguin.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. He doesn't play it very much anymore, but he does have it.
Sounds perfect to play some Blues Prophets arrangements on there.
Yeah, I've used it a couple of times. When they used to rehearse here and a bass player didn't arrive or show, I would tend to be the default bass player.
And they moan about us drummers. Can you not turn up?
Well, no, the drummers supply the rehearsal space.
We had a house full of drummers. That's why this was the place.
I thought it's the drummer's duty to supply transport and rehearsal location.
Well, they're the only one with a bloody van.
I thought it was the bass player who was supposed to provide the van and the PA.
And then the lead singer just rocks up 5 minutes before showtime with his radio mic.
Did you hear why the drummer was late for the gig?
Go on.
because they lock their keys in the car with the bass player.
Yes. Good old drummer jokes. Well, this is a nice quiet one, isn't it? Matt's fallen asleep.
I'm just chilling.
Well, I can let you go in and enjoy what I'm playing.
Joy? Oh, he's back.
Oh, it's turned essentially enough. Oh. There's like a bleeding oven in here. Cheers.
Thumbs up.
Oh, with any luck.
This will summon Ty for sure.
Mm.
What the actual... I don't get that at all.
Have you tried paying for it?
Yeah. Right. There we go.
Yeah. What was that?
I don't know.
Was what?
Weird.
Can't just move.
Oh, he
back.
He flipped.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've
Yeah.
seen that happen before.
Pardon me.
More tea, Vicar.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Everything's good.
Indeed.
Now, I'm writing my seminar for Synthfest. And I had a bit of a spurt last night. I've got a whole bunch of stuff done. So I better synchronise that to my MacBook. And for some reason, it wasn't doing it, and all of a sudden, it did it, and it created another copy as well. So I don't know. It must have been something I did.
What, you just don't write in the cloud straight away?
No, I do. I tend to write on here, but then I save it to the cloud, and then when I come to my laptop, it just picks it up from there. And it's all there, but for some reason it got stuck. So I don't know whether that was me or the cloud or what. But everyone's back in the room. So, is Ollie still? Yeah, he's still in the chat. But thank you for much needed laughs this afternoon, Ollie. Did you see what he did?
Yes.
Even my wife was like, "Who is this guy?" I said, "You know that T-shirt, the one you hate?"
Yeah.
Is it? Oh, yeah, that explains it.
See a theme forming here.
Yes.
I got surprisingly few comments at work last time I wore it.
Oh.
Disappointing. Maybe I should wear it at a company meeting
My
or town
missus-
hall.
Perhaps that says more about you than them.
Because nobody reads
No.
anymore, that's why. They probably didn't even see what it actually said.
Yeah, my missus clocked mine and nicked it.
I may Fiona by her own.
I've got to buy her one now, so I'll get my one back.
So the next time we see Ollie on his channel, he's got gold chains around his neck. You know where he's got that from.
Yeah. That new electric Porsche of his.
I thought the next video is coming from his yard.
Hello, welcome to my video arcade here in the middle of the Pacific Ocean on my yacht. Sorry, that was a really bad impression, Ollie.
I don't know. I've heard worse.
Sounded more like Terry Wogan. Well, hello.
Hello.
Hello there.
My darling.
That was more Dougal from Father Ted, that was.
Hello. Why do you always do that with an Irish accent? Hello. It's always the first word, isn't it? When you hello, potato.
Steady
I'm
now.
sorry, I'm offending the entire nation of Ireland. Oh, good, he missed it.
He was far away.
No, Dougal. This is small. That
It's far
is
away.
far away. Oh.
That's all he was.
And then Mickey
Jesus.
turns up in the chat.
Oh, fuck's sake. I had him on the bloody phone for 2 hours. That's probably where I've got it from.
Oh,
Yeah. He's from the north.
Oh, yeah, that's yes. That's
Up there.
little more gruff
Little.
than the darling south that it is, you know, sir.
Mrs. Brown said, you know, even I love you sounds like a threat from Northern Ireland. You know, I
That means
love
you get
you.
right.
I love you. He seen my son John. He's a gay man now. Oh, yeah. I'll get told off in a minute because my wife's upstairs trying to sleep.
Whoops.
Trying to sleep.
Yes, well, Tuesdays and Thursdays are her fasting days, so she literally just eats air.
Oh, okay.
So she can't sit watching the TV much beyond 9 o'clock because then the cooking programs come on, so she just goes to bed. And the longer she's in bed, the less she has to think about eating. It's her
Yeah.
excuse, which is a pretty good excuse.
Oh, he's been here since the start.
Yeah,
So
he's
he
always,
got the full effect.
he lurks
He
like a
got-
bad smell.
Yeah, he got the full effect. The whole Pericelli experience.
We can't hear you, Andrew.
Oh, University Challenge. Andrew, you're on mute. Yeah.
Except not muted. in
So
the
we're
same-
No, I'm
ignoring
not. The
it.
microphone was turned down.
There you
Yeah.
go.
There
That's
you
the
go.
same
How
thing.
did you
isn't
get
it?
right?
Now I've got to switch the speakers off. One sec.
Oh, I don't know.
Such a technical bunch, isn't it?
So unorganised. I don't know.
Yeah. There you go. I'll do that again. There you go. Uni challenge. You can see that. Grand total of
17.
17.
17. That's impressive.
I got all the architecture ones,
Yeah.
and I got all the music ones. 'Cause they were
You
all
got the
pretty
music
famous.
ones.
Yeah. They were thought they were quite easy.
Really?
After all, named after cities. So I
Yeah,
didn't,
but
I
that
didn't
first one,
know
I'd never heard that first one before.
the Leningrad Symphony by Shostakovich.
Yeah, never heard it before.
Oh, well, I quite like.
Passed me
Shostakovich.
by.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's a good one. Get it. It's a brilliant symphony. Absolutely stunning. It's really. I thought that was really famous. I didn't know the Vaughan Williams, but I worked it out that it was Vaughan Williams, and I knew that Vaughan Williams had composed the London Symphony. So there you go. That was that one. Mozart was dead easy to spot, and the Haydn
Yeah.
London Symphonies. So that was.
Yeah, they were easy enough.
Yeah,
I fell down on the first one.
yeah, and a few other little bits and bobs. Some of the books, some of the history ones. Got James V. Felt quite pleased about that one because he didn't say
You got
English
that one?
monarch.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
he said he didn't say which English monarch. He said which British monarch, which would of course have included kings of Scotland too. So
Yeah.
I thought whose daughter Mary became. Right, took
Didn't
after
they have a
him
hit
at 6
single a
months
few
old.
years ago? That was Kings of Leon, sorry.
yeah. Anyway, just yeah.
Vogon
just
Williams.
I love University Channels. It's so weird. I'll do Only Connect later, but I'll get nothing like as many as that on Only Connect. It's virtually impossible.
Oh, Only Connect was mental yesterday.
Vogon Williams, says Steve. Yeah, thanks, Steve.
Like, was it the difference between kinky and perverted?
To answer.
Difference between kinky and perverted? No?
No?
Kinky, you sexually excite your lover with a feather. Perverted, you use the whole hand.
Matt, don't get him started.
Oh, wait!
Unfortunately, my
Where's my candle after button?
oh shit. Oh shit. Did that just break something?
I don't know, did you?
That was a popular joke with Weinstein, by the way.
My buttons have died again.
Speaking of sounds like that, well, my words, but you've just played one. Anyone see Ben Jordan's video about
Yes.
AI? Not AI, about physical modelling.
Physical modelling
It
and
was really
sampling,
interesting,
yeah.
wasn't it?
Yeah, no, but actually, it's one that's going to be on the topics of discussion this Friday, if we have time
Sorry.
to fit it in.
Sorry, won't be there because I'll be in Blackpool for the E-Mob.
Stuff.
Yeah,
you-
but- so, well, some
Missing
of us,
another Friday.
some
I
of us
don't know.
musicians actually use our synthesizers, right?
They do?
What?
This is news.
Yeah, you said it out loud.
Yeah. Well, sorry. Can you bear witness to the fact, please, Robert, seeing as you were there?
Oh yes.
Yes, indeed, you were using it, and Grace was also using her equipment.
Grace, sorry, it might not have been me at all. I could have just been standing there doing nothing. It was all Grace, but
Yeah. I mean, there were no bleeps and bloops, so clearly there was no modular involved. It was only for show.
there were no
No bleeps and bloops.
Yeah.
cheeky.
And an EMOB?
What he means is it wasn't doing modular wibbly space farts, which indeed it wasn't.
That's a good name for a band, isn't it? Wibbly
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 Wibbly.
Space starts, yeah.
I'll
There's
let
no
you have it.
buchla on
You
the
can-
premises.
There was no buckler on the premises. There were 2 modular synths.
I
I'm
should have
delighted
asked
to
for a
say
slot and brought it.
3 Beat Step Pros on the night as well, which was a good turnout. I was pleased with that. The other modular guy had a Beat Step Pro, and the girl that finished it, 50-foot woman, she had a Beat Step Pro. She was just using it as a controller for the.
Is she though?
She extremely tall.
Really?
Yeah.
Hence the name.
Duh.
And absolutely beat you over the head, banging modern, the stuff that the kids like, drill it into your head. It's unrelenting.
It wasn't even that fast. I mean,
No, but it does get there. But what later on it was, Robert. It was pretty, you know. Well, anyway, yeah, she's a pretty good 50-foot woman. So anyway. So yes, I'm sorry. I'm giving you my apologies now. I was going to do it in writing, but I don't need to.
Black and white
No, it's-
silent Star Wars.
oh, it's not the Hungarian Star Wars.
Yeah. You do it. We'll do it together, mate. Another drink.
Who mentioned Woody?
Hmm?
Yeah.
You're
Well,
drinking.
that was
Really?
another thing that
Oh, yeah.
boiled my piss this morning.
Oh,
But we
something
shan't
else?
Go into that. Yeah, it's been one of those days.
It's been a
Not just
piss
early.
boiling day.
Three years, right after Widdy was introduced, or you know, whatever.
I don't have anything to drink,
And,
sorry.
and after so many, I mean, just type it in to Google or even YouTube, and the amount of stuff that's there with people using it in all sorts of different situations and testing it with all sorts of different equipment, and the overwhelming majority of people are like, wow, this is incredible, it really works, it does what it says on the tin, etc, 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 and people today are still going, oh well, I'm not sure, I'm not sure about that latency.
Latency.
Oh,
Th-
but
th- th-
I don't do
there are
things
better
normally.
alternatives, but
Well,
not
yeah,
for
wire.
well, also wireless there are better alternatives, but nothing at the price point
consumable.
and the count you can run. But then again, why anybody would want that, I don't understand in the first place.
Eminent former progressive rock band turned romantic balladeers in the 1980s, Chicago, or CTA, as they were originally known. They're the current incarnation of that band. I don't know how many of the original members are there, probably none. But there's a guy in there who has a keytar, and it's all connected to Widdy and to his rig, and he's dancing around the stage, and he's playing in front of thousands of people, and it's all done on Widdy. So that kind of experience of it being, in a live situation, that's kind of been done.
Interesting why they trust that, because at work they chose to use an alternative instead, because the last time they had to use it, and they tried a few of them out. Willy was one of the least worst, but it still missed, and so was cut out. I can't remember what they went for, but I think it's something UHF based again. And to be fair, we still have the old Kenton wireless around, which are questionably legal, depending how you interpret the Wireless Telegraphy Act. But it's a remote control, officer. It's definitely allowed. Yes. It's a remote control. So the frequency is legal.
Well, one or two people said in the chat that my microphone was too quiet. Is it too quiet?
We can hear you.
It was originally
Well, I'm
first
gonna
time around.
That's
It
fine.
was a bit on
couple of
the
bumps. Okay.
yeah. Oh, pardon me.
the other problem is a lot of new tech. People tend to go with a review like a movie reviewer instead of just trying it themselves and see if it worked for their use case. People are just hesitant to buy shit.
The reason I was given this morning was, I said, I responded by saying, look, I'm not trying to be a front for them or show, it just works, and there's loads of stuff out. Oh yes, well that's people that use it normally. I don't use things normally.
Oh, okay.
What you do, shove it up your arse.
So he's a vocal user then, right? So
Should work reasonably well for that, unless it's too small. I mean, that might be a complaint.
I've seen bigger suppositories.
I mean, the Canton wireless, that's definitely going to take some more practice. Have you ever seen them?
I can imagine. I've got a what was it? I've got the mid-air or mid-air.
That's like tiny compared to the Canton.
Is it really? Yeah.
The Canton is like one of their standard size metal boxes, but that is a bell pack. Where
I've never seen the Kenton.
It's basically it is very similar, but it's more like think about like what the radio mic bell pack was 20 years ago. And that's ultimately what it uses. Was it channel 69 of the UK that it's in? It's like 867 megahertz or something like that, I think.
Because for decades I've seen wireless guitar rigs where guys are beaming their audio across the stage, and it works great. So.
I mean, that's just standard mic bell packs. I mean, that's nice and easy. That's proven technology that's constantly developed.
But it's more data than MIDI. Why can't they just?
Yes and no. Because the audio has always been compressed, so it's always been compounded anyway. With analog radio mics, which is normally why people never like to play through them. And even with digital ones, it's still nowadays compressed. And technically for MIDI, you need the 32 kilohertz bandwidth. Whereas for analog audio, you can be a bit creative and probably get away with, well, with analog you can get away with 16 kilohertz bandwidth. Obviously, it also depends with MIDI whether you want to say in proper MIDI or transcode it in something of your own, and then track away anything you might not want, like real-time info or syntax or whatever that is annoying data-wise.
For your theater stuff, do you guys have to have two totally different systems that are different frequencies and stuff, just so in case one fails, it doesn't step on the other one or whatever?
Yes, I mean, if you have like big commercial shows where it's really important, or like all the Western shows, yes, you would have all your leads would be two mics in case one fails.
Yeah.
They would be in different radio channels, so if somebody decides to do broadband interference, it would be different, and also you would put them on different receivers when they're multi-channel receivers, so that if you lose power to your receiver or kill it otherwise. And if you have as many receivers as on the next show, where we have like 120, then you'd probably also just, for the safe side, move them on a different set of antennas anyway. Or at least somewhere higher up. Bye, Rich.
See you guys
Hey,
next
Rich.
time.
Are you off? Yep. See you, Richard.
seeing
See
you.
you soon.
Gotta run.
Take care,
Buddy.
Cheers.
But yeah, I mean it always depends. But if you have 2,500 people paying, then if something goes down and it's like you're, I don't know, Michael Ball in his musical, then 2,500 people who apparently want to hear Michael Ball. If they don't, they might want their money back.
Yeah.
And if you're charging like, well, cheapest ticket, like 25, and most expensive like 250, that's quite a lot of money.
People pay 20. Actually, people pay to watch Michael Ball.
Oh, I'm seeing aspects of last week whilst it closes. It's like, it's such a terrible show. It's going to be so much fun. But another person mixing, and it's going to be fine. I'm just going to harass her on, I think, her last show mixing it.
How was your show in Sheffield?
Yeah, it was fine. Absolutely fine. Lovely to meet up with a performer I know in it. And then just run back to the train station.
Well.
And just get there, it starts to piss it down like
Of course,
crazy.
It's been hammering it down here for ages. Anyway, let's not talk about the weather.
Well, it's been lovely down here.
It's
Just-
been nice today, actually. It's been a nice day.
Hmm.
Sorry, I was mumbling then. It's been a lovely day here.
Lovely.
Lovely. Oh. You're looking very fed up, Robbie. What's the matter?
Oh, it's supposed to be one of those days.
What, Wednesday?
Well, that would be funny if it was.
It might be
Yeah.
like that tomorrow then. Yeah.
Yeah, it'll definitely be
I
like
mean-
that tomorrow.
It's an interesting view of your studio, Kent.
Oh, yeah.
It is, isn't
we
it?
see
I
what-
think it's quite attractive. I don't know why it's doing it.
Maybe it really likes is that for M1 of the Mac Studio there?
I don't know what.
Yeah.
Where?
Is it trying to focus on the Mac Studio?
Yeah, it's trying to focus on the Mac Studio for some reason. It goes, oh, there I am. Let's see if I can get it to. It's not going to do anything with it. Oh, now it's got.
No, it goes the other way.
Oh, for Christ's sake! Oh, look, there you all are.
Oh dear.
Oh, there I am. There I was. No.
Oh, no.
Come back.
Fuck, mate. Have you been feeding that the Avatar?
Yeah, I think oh, for fuck's sake, hang on a sec. Find
It's a lovely keyboard.
the centre, dude. Please. For God's sake. Hello, Daniel. Hello. Yeah.
What lovely cuticles.
No, here we go. If I do it really, really slowly. There. Yep, bit more, bit more.
Yay!
I think we're done. Bloody camera. Cost an arm and 2 legs, this thing. You think you'd bloody point in one direction, wouldn't you?
Why did you buy this fancy thing again?
I have no idea. I think it might have been recommended.
What was it all for
What about
PSN
Stevie
money?
Wonder.
Hmm? Yeah, I think it... Yes, quite possibly, actually. PSN money? Fucking hell. Have we ever seen PSN money?
Yeah.
Huh? I haven't.
Like what, like the
Look at
Barbados
those tickets to
holiday?
yeah, Bahamas. Yeah.
Yeah.
So useful for Kent, that Bahamas holiday.
Yeah. Yeah, woo! Oh. Yeah, Berlin saw the PSN money.
Well, yeah, Berlin was
Yeah.
partially funded. No, we bought stuff. Did we buy the boom arm? I know we bought Ben the boom arm and the microphone.
No, I bought my own.
You bought your own, did you?
And my own mic. And my own camera.
We need to sort that out. I bought my own mic.
I'm
that
not
was
bothered. I'm not bothered, mate. I'm not bothered at all. Oh, like I said before, use the money to promote the show.
mine. To promote.
Yeah. My nest
but
is quite lined.
buying
as it
fake
is, thank you.
supplies.
Hey Ken, when is your Behringer modular coming?
Next month,
Oh wow.
they say.
Oh, that's right. It's not out yet, right?
No, apparently not. No.
What? I thought it had been out.
That's the entire.
They're just not
Behringer
available,
catalogue.
Rob.
I mean, isn't that like any Behringer product?
True. So far, all I've done is bought a photo. Essentially, so.
Is it a nice photo?
Yeah, it was relatively high def, yeah.
Oh, dear.
If I remember rightly, I don't think I'm buying it all in one lump though.
Mm.
If memory serves, which it normally doesn't now. But I think I'm buying it in 3 lumps. Maybe. I don't know.
A
I'm not quite
Klarna
sure.
thing.
Aye.
Mm.
The fools, gave me credit and then fine. Well, then no, I'm not going to leave the country, I suppose. Or the front room, for that matter. Pretty safe bet. But we shall see.
I'm quite entranced by watching Hayes put his resistors and stuff into his
Well, you've got at least 2 diodes in there. So.
circuit board, resistors, whatever they are, resistors,
Qu-
diodes,
quite-
capacitors.
Quite fancy diodes. It's not a 1N4148. It's like
I'm ready to take a small tea break myself.
Well, they IN 4001s.
I don't know. These
Or
are all
6.
1% though, 1% tolerance.
Uh-huh.
But I forget the ES whatnots and all that other stuff. Just doing all the low. all the low stuff. This one was an interesting design. I started 3 years ago on it.
Good game of battleships, if nothing else.
Yeah.
Those are nicer resistors than I used to use. Those are pretty good ones.
I always had trouble reading the values of them. Well, good old 3 barcode.
There's a
what's
stupid
more
mnemonic
annoying?
you can memorize.
What's more annoying with 1%? You don't know if you have something starting with a 1 and a 1% resistor. You don't know which brown band is for tolerance or which brown band is for start.
Yeah.
I just have a problem. I don't know which way around to read from half the time.
Well, hopefully these are where the resistance band is at the bottom or the right, unless I did something wrong. I try to memorize the values, but use it or lose it, right? You just got to keep using them every day for years and years and years.
I mean, the color scheme is easy enough to remember and how you're supposed to apply it. And then you normally know that which positions grey and green on that's quite easy. But they're normally the last position before the comma, or before the power of 10. So you know that's the third from last position normally.
I'm still not convinced this is going to work. It will. I've been over this so many times. It will. This is one of the most tedious ways to put something together, but I guess I don't have to wait for turnaround if I send off my design to somewhere in China for to have them fabricated in a lab, only to come back and realize, oh, I made just a tiny little mistake, And this way, as I solder, I'll be able to test. But the hard part's, the next part's going to be the fun part. This is where I'm getting ready to get serious, I guess. Normally what you do is you bend the leads so that when you flip the board over, they don't fall out. The components won't fall out. And you start soldering, but instead I'm going to just tack on from the top, just one tiny hole, so a tiny little bit of solder to make it stick. And then I'm going to actually bend the leads on the bottom side to form all the traces. And that part is very tedious, but it's cool. It's all hand built.
I mean, it's a lot better than using with stupid pre-tinned wire, particularly if you're a gauge slightly too small for the breadboard you're using, I'm use a lot of a Vero board or the non-Vero, just the pin board, and tracing with tinned wire is tedious to say the least.
Yeah, I've used Vero before. I like it. This is non-Vero. Vero's fun because you get to drill out what you don't want connected.
Or what's really nice actually, but that's stupidly expensive for what it is only 3 pins connected, so a bit like Vero, but you only have a maximum length of 3 strips, and then you just put a solder blob on when you want it longer. That's actually quite nice and easy to work with, but they charge a premium for that.
I used to etch my own boards, then I tried wire wrap, then I gave up.
Those are hard methods.
They are.
I'm not going to try etching. That's just too many chemicals.
It's nasty, yeah.
Yeah.
Apparently, all the early PPG stuff was done by Wolfgang in a second flat in the bathtub.
Yeah, the Sonic carrier boards certainly were.
And the emaille of that bathtub was a bit rough to touch. Apparently, when they then moved out of that flat into the proper workshop afterwards.
I want to say that's funny, but it's almost not funny. But
Yeah,
that's the response exactly.
Hey, Curly.
Hey.
Hello. Where's the penguin? It's not killed yet.
Penguin of Death is next door, but I may be going next door. I've got a pair of these.
Oh.
Haven't we all?
It's a lovely lifeline.
What are they?
What are they? Are they incontinent pads or what?
Oh, they're lights.
Oh.
Oh, I thought they were guys. Disappointing.
There we go. Hang on a moment. Let's just...
It'll probably make my camera point at the
Low
same.
light last.
There we go. Let's take that down a bit.
It's like the Blair Witch Project.
Yeah, it is a bit.
Doesn't show your best side, Andrew.
I don't have a best side.
Yes,
What's the backside?
Hang about. And... Oh. I've got a second one.
Oh my God, Father.
Hang about a minute. Oh,
Oh God. Run!
And now you can do what they call bisexual lighting on your streams. So
bisexual lighting. Well, it's all right. I'm not a real man, so that probably works. There we go.
And if you find one, let me know.
Yeah, well, yeah. There was one down Gloucester Docks asking after you, Ken.
Was it? Oh,
Yeah.
that's all right.
Again.
What is the colour scheme in Amsterdam again? Blue is for men and pink is trans, or which way around is it?
I don't care. I go for whatever's prettiest. And clearly the answer to that is me. I'm prettiest.
Just stick with yourself.
No, it's on,
Well, you know, I like to. Here we go. There we go. This is good fun.
And on all that fun, I will leave you and have some dinner at some point.
oh, come on, you're gonna go do your OnlyFans now. Be honest.
Yeah, we know what you're doing, Robert.
No, after the dinner.
Naked
Well,
lunch.
making the dinner is part of it.
He's off to
Oh, there you go.
follow the lights. That's what he's doing.
Yeah.
Look out for that spitting fat.
Yeah. There we go. Let's turn
That's
these
actually a
bugs
fetish. Yeah, the dripping hot
I
fat.
mean, I normally wear an apron in the kitchen. There's nothing else.
Oh. I've got that image in my head now, Robert. Thank you.
There we go.
Yeah, but it's how long you keep it.
No, it's already gone.
Oh,
He's going to cook only wearing an apron and a smile.
Oh.
I do.
Is it bad to drink raw gin?
No, if it's good
Pint of
gin.
it.
only if it's from a canal.
I love you, you're my bestest friends. I love you. Oh, it's water. Bollocks. Oh, there we go.
I mean, you can make some gin in your water to make it more tasty.
Yeah,
Well, there is.
Make
I'm
the gin
good
more
at.
tasty or the water more
to
tasty.
dilute the flavour.
Get rid of the
Kill
taste
some
of the gin.
parasites. Yeah.
Yeah.
How else do you make London water drinkable? Why do you think we're so inefficient at work?
So how are we all?
Tip top. Tip top.
Don't you know?
No.
Oh. You never expect us to know.
Well, I don't know. I just thought I'd ask. Hayes Anderson.
Yeah.
Hello, how are you?
Hi, Hayes Anderson.
I'm very good. I'm all the better for making your acquaintance, Hayes.
Hi, Andrew.
You're
Nice
his
to meet you.
favourite. You're his favourite now. No.
He's not my favourite yet. He's not my.
Oh.
He may be. He may be. He may be. He's growing on me. Definitely, he's growing on me. I mean, Ian's.
I'm this
or
way,
Matt.
mate. I'm this way.
It's that way. Wait,
That
that
way.
way.
I'm other
He
way.
has
Look.
been drinking.
Ian.
Yeah.
Ian
It's like the Brady
and
Bunch.
Matt. Andrew
Matt
Brooks.
growing
my
on you.
favourite.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
Matt.
the sweetest.
Matt's growing on you.
Turned on him a couple of times.
You sure it's not a fungal infection?
Yeah.
I broke the mould they made me, but unfortunately it's growing back.
There we go.
Super glue,
There we
mate.
go.
Yeah.
There's a joke in there somewhere, Matt.
Yeah, still landed better than Robbie's.
Yeah.
No idea.
I'd stay on camera more, but I move around a bunch. Everyone's going to get seasick. So, hello.
And hi, Andrew. Where's your carpet? Where's your carpet?
You
Show some-
didn't fap last time. I'm disappointed. If you're going to fap, I'll show you the carpet.
Listen, I knocked one out after you went. I did. Like that.
All right. Here's a small piece of carpet. Are you happy?
Yay.
Oh,
Wow.
now.
That'll keep him engorged and happy for a while.
And it's white, so if you spill certain things on it, you can't tell, right? So.
I use ultraviolet just in case. It's a trick that Ian showed me.
Oh wow.
After that visit, we don't, let it lie.
Don't tell him, Andrew.
What?
Don't tell him.
I'm not going to.
No.
Hayes,
There's a gentleman agreement. You're not supposed to talk about it. So.
Yeah.
Hayes still thinks I might be a gentleman, you see, so I don't want to disabuse him of that particular.
But you had me convinced that was pure gin, so.
Well, there is that. Anyone that wears a red T-shirt on a Tuesday is worthy of hats off and all that kind of stuff. That's all I can say.
I think I wore it on Monday and Sunday too, though.
Oh, I didn't say there were. I mean, yeah, you're worthy of doffing the hat.
Thank you kindly.
But you're probably a bit smelly by now. I know. Oh no, it's me. Hang on. Yeah, it's me. You're good. You're good.
You got smell-o-vision now through the StreamYard.
Yeah. Yeah. I smell like the inside of Matt's glasses.
Oh fuck!
Does it stink, Matt? Oh. Oh dear.
Good. Well, it's good to be here talking about synths.
Are we? Oh, okay.
What's the synth?
Oh, SCENTS, yeah.
Yeah, that's what it is.
What, kitchen synth?
CUNTS what?
Synth.
Eh?
No, it's SYNF.
Synth.
Yeah.
In it, mate.
Short,
it's a synth.
short for Cynthia,
Yeah.
whom I met once.
This has really turned left and at the lights, isn't
It
it?
always does. It always
Well,
does.
it does.
There's actually a great video on your Facebook I forgot to capture. There was a hip hop guy talking about his synthesizers, and it was a perfect sample. It says, people, you got to know your synths. And I wish I had sampled that because it was kind of funny. So.
Don't let Robbie know we're here. Don't let Robbie know we're here. Let's if you cut like that, he won't know. Hi, Robbie.
Question for Kent then. Question for Kent. Has there ever been a synth called a Cynthia?
There's an iOS app called Cynthia.
Wasn't there an EMS called a Cynthia?
I don't know. Was there?
Yes.
Was that spelled with an S rather than a C though?
It's a Cynthia, though, isn't it?
It's a Cynthia.
Oh,
A.
Cynthia.
Cynthia.
Yeah. No, Cynthia.
Well done, Robbie. Yeah, Cynthia. There was.
That is a missed opportunity.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
I miss every opportunity.
I'm good at that. Let's get the old guy back in. Come on, you haven't been on for ages.
Oh my. I have a guest.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he got it from his nap.
Yeah.
Has anybody got a spare one of those?
No.
Knocking
Was
around.
it dust cover?
It's not a 5-inch
It's a 5 1/4-inch disk drive protector.
protector.
Yeah, I might have. Why?
I need one.
I'll have a look for you tomorrow morning.
Oh, mate.
I think there
Preferably
might
if
be
it's-
one.
If it can be as close to that in terms of...
I don't. I think it's in one of the Emu OneDrives. I don't know what type it is.
You could always get that 3D printed.
Well, no, I was going to buy some card because they're made out of card, and then just have one cut to size. Because I ordered one off of I forget where it was now, but they do retro stuff, and it was just slightly different.
That's what I think you'll find scissors are for.
No, I tried that and it still didn't properly. It was odd. It was I don't know. This is the Yamaha one. That's the actual gin. It even had a little ribbon.
Well, yeah.
And I've got my mate's QX1 here, and it came with that. And I said, "Oh, you got one of those?" And he said, "Yeah, bloody better well be there when I come and pick the machine up." I said, okay. So.
I could send you a freehand drawing of one.
Oh, I can do one of them.
In crayon.
Make sure you get inside the line and not over
Pastry.
the line.
Oh, you're just so anal about these things, Robbie. Honestly, inside the lines.
I found my fonts.
I beg your
Most of
pardon?
them. I found my fonts.
Oh, for the Yamaha.
Hey.
Where did you get them? How did you...
Well, Adobe Fonts was absolutely shite. It was worse than shite. It was terrible. And I ended up using
Crayon.
yeah, crayon and scissors,
Yeah, crayon.
and a little bit of Yoo-hoo glue.
Cut on the
You
line.
call it Yoo-hoo. I bet it had a lot of vitamin E.
Yeah, I found one, or I found two that were almost identical. I mean, to the point where even I was struggling to find the difference. So, but I still want to find, if I could find one that does this without me having to like hand draw these things or computer draw them, that would be cool.
Do you mean the lines that go through that you don't want to draw, or is it the solid letters okay, or what are you?
No, I could do all of this in on the graphics. You could do it on Illustrator or whatever. But I can't be bothered. I'm lazy. That's what I am. I'm lazy. So that's.
You can also get one that's very, very close out of a free font set and then just modify it. That's a hell of a lot faster than from scratch.
But there's nothing that does anything like this.
I bet I could find it. Did you look it up? Did you scan it and put in what the font?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, did all of that.
Did you ask Jeff Toman? He might have been out there.
That's a good point. Good point. I might just do that in the morning.
There you go.
I think I've asked him before. Anyway, yeah. It's not vital that I get these ones. It'd just be nice.
What's the font they use for the Yamaha logo? I'm curious. Which one is that?
So the one that I got it down to, bear with me, caller. I managed to find about 4 or 5 that were fairly close, but the one that was almost identical for the word, because Yamaha used
the caps.
Yeah. So they used a font for Yamaha Corporation, which also includes the MI division. But for the motoring division, it's almost identical, except like the M, the middle leg goes all the way down, not like 7/8 of the way down. So the font that I found that worked the best, and let me show you how close.
And here we are in Design Corner.
Yeah, because I used to make custom fonts for movie poster jokes I made in Photoshop. I had to make the goddamn fonts to match the movie posters. So.
Do you know what, Andrew? I take off my hat to you because I've tried doing that, and when I get in really close to font designing, I just can't see the difference it's going to make until I zoom right out and I go, oh shit, that looks nothing like I thought it would.
Yeah.
So hats off to you, man.
Yeah, it's a lot of work.
So on the bottom is the genuine logo, and this was actually scanned from Yamaha. So this logo, and then above this thing here.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
It's not bad. It's a bit longer.
Well, that's because I've probably got the font size a little.
Okay.
The letters are slightly thicker, or am I just seeing that?
And then pull the top down a bit.
Pull my top down a bit. What are you doing?
Oh, that's right. That was
So like those gaps would be easy to fix once you have it rasterized.
that would be just between you and me, wasn't it?
Shh, Andrew.
Sunday name.
Oh, look at that. Yeah, it's pretty good.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, if you convert to vector, you can actually do some fun.
And that's called
tweaks.
Bebas Kai, apparently. Bebas Kai.
Bebas Kai. Huh.
Yeah. But yeah, I want to get these. I think I'm just going to have to create and hang. But, yep. So that'll do. That'll do for me, Tommy.
Oh yeah, there it is. Bebas Kai.
And then the other font, which if you look at
The top one just looked like it was vertically stretched, Robbie.
the what one?
The top of those two that you showed us.
It's
it
more
looked
than
like
that, though.
the
The
top one.
spaces are also bigger, too.
Yeah,
The
probably
gaps
just
and the
font.
A's and stuff are, yeah.
But this other font here, which is this second one, which is not the same as the top one. I had to go looking for that, but I eventually came. Oh shit! There you go. So that's that was as close as I could get it there. So
It's not far
But,
up at all,
yeah.
is it?
no, it'll do. So for
Yeah,
now,
the kerning is pretty much right on. It's just the height a little bit.
I can adjust the spacing. That's not an issue.
Yeah.
Look at that. 1982. You see that guy there? Can you see the cursor on that guy's face there? That's a guy called Jonathan Redman, who is a member of our group. And that's his brother next to him just there. Oh, actually, no, that might be his brother, and that might be Jonathan. And Jonathan sold me about half my studio. And he was there on that day. It was crazy.
Really? Gosh.
Yeah. There it is. That's what I'll be demonstrating. That's Synthfest.
Very nice. Very, very nice.
So you couldn't find any matches for solid shapes for the other synth names?
No, not for the actual logos themselves. No, there's no match. Not that I can find anywhere. I've reached out to.
I'm curious. I'll take a look and see if I can find matches.
I've reached out to Yamaha, and have yet to hear anything back. But then that's not a surprise.
Yeah,
It's almost a year to get.
they
back
probably
to
don't
me
even
back.
know.
No,
Forgot.
no.
And it's not like companies like Macromedia before Adobe bought them. They're just using Bodoni Bold right off the shelf.
Yeah.
So just really easy, you know.
I used to love Macromedia products.
Oh, Director was killer.
Director was brilliant. I used to love it. But Flash as well, and was it Illustrator? Was that a part of Macromedia?
Freehand was the one they bought. That,
Freehand.
Aldus had it, then the Macromedia bought Aldus.
Yeah.
And then
But there was another one as well, wasn't there? Because Illustrator always Adobe?
Illustrator was always Adobe, because even back to 1988, they owned it.
Yeah.
So.
And Macromedia used to do some fantastic day workshops. I remember going to some in Leeds back in the day.
Yeah, we used to use RoboHelp and Activate before they then got swallowed up.
I'm going to disappear. I'm going to say good night, everybody. So
I thought it was a
Good
magic
night,
trick.
Andrew.
See you later,
You
Andy.
do like a David
Yeah.
Copperfield and go and
He's
disappear.
going to do an Ian.
I'm going to do an in. Right, I will see you all very
You
soon.
do semi-in.
Thursday
Nobody
I'm
wants
off
to
to
see
an
that.
EMOM in Stoke, and Friday I've got the EMOM in Blackpool, which will be live streamed. So I think I'm on at 9:40. The stuff that's been published says that I'm on at 7:40, but Martin Christie asked me if I would swap around with him, so I'm on a bit later. So right, anyway, take care, everyone. We'll see you all soon. Right.
Later on.
Take it, darling.
Sonic State tomorrow probably. So ta-ra, everyone.
See you later.
Bye.
Bye. I'm going to disappear for a moment. I've got to deal with a message, and I'll be back. I might even come back in on the other computer with my new light.
Steady now.
With my new lights. With my new. Yeah.
Full on.
See you in a min.
All right, dear.
And then there was 6.
And then there was 6, yeah.
Yeah.
That circuit board on the screen is going to give some with trichophobia a whole heart attack.
Reminds me of that anaglyph filter board. God.
Yeah, the last stuff I made was Arduino stuff. It was a pain in the butt, but it was pretty simple.
Losing my mind for a second. Sorry, I was losing my mind for a second. I remembered, I haven't put the capacitors in, so no wonder there's some missing leads here. Like you turn it over, and all of a sudden it's a completely just foreign landscape you've never seen before.
I'm trying to remember what the synth was the bloke brought in for me to do, and I opened it up and it was just full of variable. What was that?
I've never seen a board.
It was a mini Moog.
What? An early one?
No, it was quite a late one, but it sort of, for some reason, didn't have the original boards anymore, and it made up Vero boards to go in it instead. And it was like, what the fuck? Yeah, it's all breadboard. Oh gosh, that was. I think I got that one going, or accidentally set fire to it. It's one or the other. No, it caught fire, mate. Sorry. Incoming.
Oh, excuse me.
What is that?
He's not going to tell us, Kent.
Oh, no, sorry. This is,
He's playing it close to his chest.
He is. He'd like to tell us, but he's got to keep. He's got an NDA.
Yeah.
Story of my life, right? And anybody else watch Brad put together the first Caladan prototype live the other day?
No.
From either instruments.
I watched I didn't watch it live, but I watched some of it afterwards and some of the other videos.
It's quite fun.
I think I saw a couple of screen grabs.
Got it up and running. You know, the prototype's up and running. Just needed some extra code putting in, but all the screens are working, and yeah, it all seemed to be fitting together nicely. So that'll be a nice one. Then.
Is that the one that was strobing terribly?
What?
The screen.
Oh. What, on the Caladan?
Yeah, it was.
Well, yeah,
the camera was strobing quite badly.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I did see lumps of it.
Yeah. Frame rates and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that sounds really. I mean, the concept of Cal, obviously it's based off the Parva that she bought the IP for. The fact that you can buy a board and stick it in, and that gives you a whole new synthesizer in the machine, and you can have up to 8 of them in at any one time. And he's doing. It comes with a Rompler built in, and then he's thinking about doing a sample thing in there. He's doing an OPL3 based FM synth. He's even thinking about creating a Andromeda voice on the board. Should be quite interesting.
Yeah, that'd be different.
So,
but all interchangeable.
well, yeah, you basically there'll be a panel on the base of the machine that you just pop off, and like you used to do with things like the 1080s and stuff, and just put the cards in. Well, these will be cards, but they'll have the PCIe connector, the small sort of thing. So it's got 8 slots in there, and you can pop up to 8 of these different cards in any one time, and pop them out again if you want.
I think stuff like that's going to be the future, because that's what the organelle so you can interchange the software,
Yeah,
change the synth. You know, but I think going forward, it makes so much sense, doesn't it?
Mm.
When so much stuff is software based anyway, even though it's hardware.
Yeah. I don't know what his plans are for the future. Whether it's just going to be him making the plug-in boards, or whether there'll be a possibility of third parties, sort of making their own. That'd be interesting. Aye. And he's going to bring it on Pro Synth Network to demonstrate it first. We'll get the first dibs.
Cool. You got anybody interesting coming on this week, apart from the usual suspects?
No, not this week. But the week after we have.
Well, I'll be back to normal by then, so I'm having to watch bits of it. I watched last week's on catch up, obviously.
Mm-hmm. I was going to. That's what I was going to do today. Actually, I was going to chase up a whole bunch of people that I'd been asking. They're all sort of fallen by the wayside. But, I still want to get Peter Vogel and Kim Ryrie on together.
That would be brilliant, actually.
It's the timing.
Mm.
It's just, they're 10 hours ahead of us, so, or 9, whatever, depending on what time of the year. But maybe that's a pre-recorded or a special that we do on a different day. I'm speaking to them next week, so I'll.
That's the sort of thing. You're probably better off to do it as a pre-recording, but then keep it for when you can't do a live show.
Yeah, true.
That would work really well.
So Ben and Kent stressing about it as well.
What's that?
Sorry, what?
So it would save Kent and Ben stressing about it.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, they've got to run the show on the what date is it? What's the not this Friday, not next Friday, it's Friday after. I will not be here. I'll be in.
I can't click on the link in key in this chat at all.
Where will you be, Rob?
I will be somewhere else that's not here.
That would be somewhere else then.
Oh, so yeah, I'll be on the Ollie Bobs. So
You having a holiday?
yeah.
Where are you going?
Now, if I click on it, nothing happens, darling, because I can't access anything in the chat in StreamYard.
Je suis going to French France.
Ah, très bon. Mon ami.
Le quoi?
So, yeah.
Avez-vous un pamplemousse?
Oh, there's 4
Le
of them.
singe est dans l'arbre.
C'est sur la branche.
I found a nice little Airbnb. It's in the middle of nowhere, really, so the kids aren't too happy.
What part of France going to?
Sorry, Brittany.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
How do we do that sharing thing again, Rob?
You hit the button that says present.
Present, wasn't it? And then share screen with select window or screen. What? 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 I don't know what I'm doing.
And you, the brain the size of a planet, Kent. And all you're doing is parking cars.
I tell you, we're a fucking small planet, mate. Where's it thing that goes? Share screen. Select window or screen. but it's not listed. What?
Tab.
Doesn't seem to be here. That's the screen. So, twat. That's the only options I get. What the hell is going on here? So,
Come on, Rob, help him out, man.
Well, it's difficult.
Focus
No,
right, Ozbot, StreamYard, entire screen. Yeah.
Present, share
Yeah.
screen. Then there should
Yeah.
be a thing at the top comes down and says Chrome tab, window, or entire screen.
Not there.
What's not there?
I got Focusrite, Ozbot Cam,
What?
StreamYard
What?
Broadcast, or entire screen.
What?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
So you
And
hit
the tab's
present,
there, but it's
you
not
hit
seeing
present-
it.
You hit
Yeah.
present at the bottom,
Yep.
and then you choose which option.
Yeah, which is
No,
share
which
screen.
option do you choose?
Present.
No, you don't. You
Who's on first?
yeah. You choose the one that says share screen.
Yeah.
But you just
And it comes up with this, allow StreamYard.com to see your screen. Select screen, select window or screen, and go, well, okay, cool. And then it goes Focusrite control, the cam, StreamYard broadcast, or the entire screen. But nothing about the tab that's sitting there.
Are you actually using the right? You're in StreamYard.
Yeah.
You're in the StreamYard studio. At the bottom, you've got 6 buttons.
Yeah.
One says mute, one says stop cam, one says settings.
Yep.
Next one says present.
Yep.
And you click on present.
Yep.
And you get 4 options. You get share screen.
Yep.
Video file, extra
Yep.
camera, or slides.
Yep.
Choose share screen.
Share screen. And it
And you
goes,
drop
allow
down, it says,
StreamYard.com.
Does it say choose what to share with StreamYard.com?
It says select window or screen.
Why are you only saying that then?
I don't know. And then when I select it,
hang on. What
it gives me
browser are you
4
using?
things. Firefox.
That's probably why it's different.
But why wasn't it showing
Browser
me
thing, I think.
tabs?
Yeah, exactly.
God's sake.
Right. I don't know.
No, I don't understand. I don't get it.
I can't help you because I do it and it says Chrome tab, window, entire screen, and I can either choose any one of my tabs.
Yeah,
Entire
but this doesn't
application
show
window.
any.
Or
The only
entire
thing that's vaguely like a tab is probably. And it shows that tab. Why did it show that tab? Oh, for fuck's sake! Gotta fucking go, fucking hell.
It better be worth it.
See, it gives me that. That's the best I can get at.
Hey!
That's cool.
See, oh, you almost had
What,
it.
what was that?
Yeah, I can have that.
Right,
how's
do
that?
that then. Yeah, we
All
can
right,
see that.
Okay, let's do that.
Got to turn the
Unmute
volume
it.
up.
Yeah, unmute it.
Yeah.
We're not. What are you doing?
Full screen. It's gone full screen.
It's gone full blank.
Yeah.
This is riveting for everybody, for all the chatters, isn't it?
This has to be fun.
It's an exercise in negative space. It's an art piece.
Oh, mate.
Yeah. It's very Roscoe, do you think? Very Roscoe.
So, what is negative space in music?
Justin Bieber.
Oh.
Okay, Taylor Swift. Yeah.
No. Hey, no. I'm not having
Right.
that.
Okay.
It's okay. I will.
I admit to being a Swiftie.
Clean my Mac X. Oh, fuck
Right.
off.
Right, here we
In
go.
12 different languages.
Here we go. Here we go.
Oh, Oh, go a fucking way.
You want to get nuts?
You hear that?
Let's get nuts. Yo, this is how it is. Ever since I was a baby, I was gifted with rhyme. Bust a little mother, cause I could blow their minds. I flow so easily that it's almost a sin. My lyrics shift inside the side like it's BWM. I'm going cuckoo on you suckers, I ain't playing around. Cause I'm teaming up about to beat your ass to the ground. You call it gas, I call it just a matter of time before I make every electronical instrument mine. With my buddies driving Marlow dicks, we running the street. They should call me Killin', cause I murder the beat. Riding in the Benz with loop up and we're bringing the modes. Drive the deep mind crazy, be let it be known. All the haters in the comments better run for the hills, cause I'm ticking all the boxes like I'm audio bills. And you better be recording cause it's gonna get red when I detonate this bomb track side of your head. They call me midlife as they bang on their knees, but I'm hotter than playing the song on Call Me the Keys. So before I turn around and say I wish you goodbye, maybe drop a comment, like, and click the button subscribe. And yeah, maybe use like my affiliate links or something. That would be like really cool. Midnight.
Can't have a meme without QuickBooks. That was good. I like that. That was good.
I like that every single video I go to, I get that fucking StreamYard fucking advert every
I've never
time.
seen it.
Have you not? I get it all the
Nope.
time. I go, dude, you take 500 quid a year off me. Fuck off.
Never seen it.
No? It's always like, are you having problems with your webinars? No, just with everything else.
Dear.
Hey, Still, there you go.
Well, killed it.
Yeah. Right. Well, time for bed, says everybody.
Wayne,
Good night, boys.
See you
Good night,
later.
chatties. See you later.
Yeah.
Take it easy. Bye.
Bye.
So in the end, was that Kent playing or Robbie playing it? Did you learn how to do it, Kent?
I ran it. I don't know if anybody saw it.
That was me.
Oh.
Yeah, that one was you, wasn't it?
Oh, dear me. What's the time? It'll be too late to bed because I want to get up and watch the football in the morning.
is it a ladies' playing?
It is indeed.
What time are they on?
I'm sorry, the ladies' game is a better game.
I can't remember what time it is. I can't remember whether it's 9 o'clock or 11 o'clock. It might be 9 o'clock.
Right,
No, it's
morning.
11 o'clock. Yeah, 11 in the morning. So,
I shall have to convince my mother to put it on.
We've got bets in the morning.
oh god.
Now he's got to get weighed to see how much more weight he's put on since he started his diet.
That reminds me when Roseanne Barr was doing the one of those weight loss things, Nutrisystem or something like that. She got paid tons of money to push it, and then Beth and she was married to Tom Arnold, who was also heavy. So they're both supposed to lose a bunch of weight on it together. Well, they said it's diet food. We like it so much they ate more of it, and they actually gained weight on the planet. So that backfired.
No, I think Noah's problem is
His daddy feeds him.
doesn't move. No, he just doesn't move around. Oh my godfathers! Oh.
Bloody hell, it's like the
Wow.
reborn.
It's Halloween, yeah.
And there we go.
Wow,
Hang on a minute.
that's a bit red, mate.
All right, I'll just change that.
Blue?
Oh, yeah.
Blue always works well.
Blue.
Blue makes you pop.
There we go. Oh,
There you go, mate.
hang on. And then some lights on. Ah, lights. Goodness. It almost looks like I know what I'm doing.
Almost.
Yeah, not quite, I know. I know, God forbid. So, Hayes, what are you actually doing there? By the way, thank you for talking about my weight whilst I wasn't on here just now. That's good. It's very good of you. Hayes, what are you doing?
Let me unmute this. Pardon if you can't hear me very well, by the way. I'm using my crappy computer mic. I am building an octave fuzz guitar pedal. So right now I'm just working on the circuit. And let me see if I can show this real quick.
Through the whole wiring. My goodness.
Oh, yes. It's the only way to go. And I do S&D sometimes as well. Otherwise, I wouldn't have this microscope. But here's some of the... Here's where am I going?
Oh, those are nice. They look...
Got one more pink.
Yeah.
And I'm going to put artwork on this, of course, and go from there. But those need one more coat to go.
Rob's got some great fonts if you need them.
I got to say that the hard part is getting like good artwork on those things sometimes. Sometimes I do well, sometimes I don't. But
how do you transfer it? Do you enamel it or what?
So I had been using these crappy acrylic pens.
Yeah.
Actually, I started out with like tester model paint and a paintbrush.
Yeah.
But my hand is just far too unsteady for that kind of artwork. I can't do it. So a little bit better detail, precision with the pen, not too much more. But now I'm going to try some oil-based paint pens that are specifically meant for metal and other surfaces. And those were acrylic, and they work well enough. But the problem is that and I may have the same problem with the oil-based, but the felt tips, when you how do I say it, mark too hard or press down too hard, they'll start to kind of have resistance and skid, and this will cause paint to sort of splatter, which is just the worst thing in the world.
I can't imagine that an oil-based one's going to be any better.
We'll see, And my friend told me though that they should glide better is the theory or the hypothesis, whatever. That's probably more of a theory because you can actually apply that in action immediately.
Just
we'll
wondering
see
if you could use a template. Oh, bless you. Or yeah. But then you've got to make a template, haven't you? Which makes it even more of a pain.
There's a Fuzzlord pedals. I forget the guy's name behind Fuzzlord. He's in Portland, and he does silkscreen printing, which is brilliant. He'll have up to 16 pedals. Maybe we'll say like 10 pedals laid out on the board, and do like 2 or 3 colors and do it himself, and just have like a whole just batches of them going. And the other cool thing is that when he does his design, I should be using proper CAD tools for a lot of this stuff, and I'm hoping to elevate and evolve and get there someday.
Yeah.
But for right now, it's just I'm catching up. I'm still saying like, I'm in the 60s right now. Next year I'll be in the 70s. Eventually I'll make it to the 80s, hopefully. And anyway, so in his artwork, when he's doing his silkscreen prints, he'll actually have all of the labels for where to drill the holes for the knobs and the switches, and the jacks. That's just brilliant, It's a brilliant way to go.
It makes the whole process of manufacturing something like that and getting the artwork. It makes it so much easier.
And then of course he uses a hand drill, much safer.
Yeah. I want to see this. I want to see these puppies when they're done.
Sure. I can show you the one that is finished real quick. I can't give you the sound demonstration, however. Hold on one second.
Orange Club in the meantime.
Oh, come on, that's indulgence.
See how well this shows up in the camera.
Hang on. This is for Kent.
Oh, hey.
I've got some in the kitchen. Got some caramels.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
And I made a classic beginner mistake. I got the input volume. These two potentiometers are reversed. They should be in the other direction, swapped around.
That's like
Pardon if
wiring
you lost
up.
me there. My internet jumped. Yeah.
That's like wiring up any multi-core in a studio, and I've done it many, many times. The very first multi-core, the very first XLR you put on, you'll always forget to put the barrel on first. Always.
The back of it.
So you got to go back unsolder and do the whole. It's yeah, it happens. That was cool.
I did that with the. Thank you. I did that with a MIDI cable once. I forgot to get the last bit, just as you said, and I just snipped it off and started over with another cable.
Yeah.
I have it in my drawer of shame over here. If ever needed, I'll clean it off and reuse it. Can I share, since I've got your attention, can I share 2 pedals that anybody who plays synthesizers might be interested in right now today?
Yeah.
This one is and kind of an older pedal. It's made by Earthquaker Devices, and it's called the Pyramids. It's a stereo flanger, stereo in, stereo out, and I avoided this for the longest time because I don't know. It just seemed like, whatever. I just thought it would be just a flanger, but in stereo. This, I can't unfortunately describe how this thing sounds. I will have to do a demonstration sometime, but there's already demonstrations out there that you can listen to, of course. This is an amazing addition to. It's more than a flanger, is what I'm trying to say, and it really does sound very, very magical. Sorry for being, so.
No, listen.
Vague in terms, but wow, this is great.
Hi, Jeff. Hi, Jeff. Bonjour.
Bonjour.
You can probably get these.
Watch your cobber.
They're going for about $200 used. It's hard to find them for less than 200. And of course, with any Earthquaker devices, you got to watch out. Make sure that you've got the back sticker if you want resale value. Otherwise, try to get like one for 170 without the sticker or something. And then the second one, the other one is this is a pedal that's about a year old now. It's called the Wampler Metaverse, and this is a delay pedal that has 11 different modes in it. And if you're looking for like a hardware delay, again, you're going to be able to get all of this stuff in the VST, right? But if you're looking for a hardware alternative, these 2 pedals I would highly recommend. This is stereo. It's got MIDI in and out. I don't know what you do with the MIDI out on this thing, but the Pyramids has tap tempo. It doesn't have MIDI in or out. The Pyramids flanger does have presets. This one has presets. And what's very cool is, and I love these little features like this. There's a quad LEDs right here.
Yeah.
So if you're familiar with the Benson Echo Rec multi-head,
yeah.
This does the Benson Echo Rec, and these represent which heads are turned on and off.
So you get the multi tap.
Oh yeah, yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And the Digi mode on this one just has like a very, very long delay. It's like just crystal clear. Anyways, it's just it's like all your different modulations. It tries to do the space echoes and all that other great stuff. But if you're looking for, they're great.
I worked with a woman, a jazz songstress stroke player called Annette Peacock, who was really fond of using pedals. It was in the 80s and late 80s, and everyone was wanting to have just studio effects everywhere. But she just had a bundle of, distortion and tremolo and all sorts of stuff. Plus delays and choruses and things, and she just had a chain like any guitarist would, and she'd be playing an electric piano and bang these things in, and it gave it such an extraordinary sound. And I just remember being touched by how different it sounded and what the playing experience was doing that, as opposed to applying effects either from a studio set of hardware things or in latter times with VSTs. It's a good thing to do. You end up with a real sonic character that you can use throughout an entire body of work, so you get a sound, a sonic signature. It's good.
Yeah, I experiment. I get lucky sometimes, and other times, I make things sound worse.
Kent's Kent's got a sonic signature, haven't you, Kent?
Apparently.
Do you want to play it?
No, I can't. Nobody hears it. It's inaudible to human ears.
Oh.
Don't know why.
Oh, that's like Jeff's scent. That's inaudible to human ears.
Really? You went there that soon?
Yeah, I know, right?
No drink? No dinner?
Yeah.
I thought when he came on I
Just
could hear
boom.
his smell, but no, I can't. I can't.
Oh, okay.
Right.
I'm still trying to figure out why this isn't coming through.
That's still not going through. It's something to do with the routing on the claret or scarlet, whatever you've got.
But it reads going through.
Yeah, but it's how it's then set. What do you know? The one thing I don't understand about the scarlet or the claret, any of those, and I've got several of these now. I don't understand which bit is the output to the PC. You know, I don't get it. It's not the loopback. It doesn't. It fries my noodle, and I'm really good with routing, and I just look at it and I go, I don't know, I haven't got a freaking clue.
Well, from the Focusrite.
From the Focusrite to a stream such as this,
I
because
always
it all works. It works in my cans, and it works. You know, I can get stuff routed.
Yeah,
through.
yeah,
It works everywhere.
That's
It
where the
just
loopback comes back.
Doesn't make it.
The
doesn't,
loopback
though.
comes into effect.
It doesn't though.
It does, because
But
I don't use loopback. You don't hear anything from here.
The loopback doesn't show up as a driver in Windows or Mac. You need to see the loopback driver to be able to connect it to things. You need to have loopback to deal with all of that, don't you?
It always it turns up in the Focusrite mixer.
It does.
Yeah.
But nowhere else.
It shows up in Cubase. Where else have I seen it? In the audio settings thingy.
Doesn't mine. Doesn't show up there at all.
Well, actually, don't hold me to that. Let me check. Because I think I know where I left it.
I've got a blue light. I don't know. I just thought I'd mention that.
I have a black light.
You
How do
always
you know
got
it's
to be
on?
different, haven't you?
Yes.
Polar bear of love.
Thing is, you can keep them on all night and you don't know. Oh, now I can't find it. What the living hell of fuckness is this all about? It should be listed on the launch. Should be listed on the launch pad. No, it isn't. Oh, for fuck's sake! Where's everything gone? Used to be in the dock. Now it isn't. Oh, hang on. Other. Right, audio MIDI setup. Let's have a look at it. But yeah, loopback audio is in the audio devices panel.
Right. I'm going to bring mine up. And then I'm going to get up my drivers. And
as is Scarlett. So Scarlett, the Osbot microphone, the Mac Studio speakers, and the loopback audio all listed in audio devices, my darling.
yeah, I'm looking now. I'm looking at sound. I'm going to go into devices as well. But sound, I've got Focusrite USB audio, which is a single instance. Recording, analog 1, 2, Focusrite. No loopback at all in there.
Interesting.
Really interesting. I'm just going to have a look in Device Manager, because it's always good to do technical support whilst a lot of people are watching you. It's what we all live for, I know. Focusrite USB, blah blah blah. But no loopback. It's not showing. I'm going to send off. In fact, I'm just going to ring up Focusrite. I'll ring them up tomorrow. Say, what the bloody hell are you doing with this device? What's going on? And then I'm going to learn to play synthesizers and keyboards. I'm going to start with the black notes.
That's a waste of time. That's overrated, mate.
No, I'm going to start with the black notes, then move on to the green ones.
Yeah, don't start that. It's a gateway drug. Then you'll spend all your money on it, and
Oh, is that what I do?
yeah.
Oh. Okay, that's what I'll do then.
Look at Rob. Look at behind Rob.
What, he spent all his money on tiles?
Yes, exactly. Can't spend all his money on tiles. Yeah.
I haven't won a single game yet.
Have you not?
No.
I like your pieces though. You've got Bagpuss as one piece, and you've got Hans Zimmer as the other. I mean, it's a good. Yeah.
I play against him, and I still lose.
What, against Bagpuss? Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, well, Bagpuss is a hardened veteran.
Did you ever have a chat with Hans about his little practical joke?
Which practical joke?
The anniversary of the Blade Runner anniversary thing, which you were going to write a thing for.
Oh. Yeah. No. Let's not go there.
Let's not go there.
Yeah. Please. Oh no.
Righty-ho.
Yeah. No, I'll tell you what was interesting. Right. The CS80 is plugged into the Focusrite, along with this right beside it. Wow. But you hear that, don't you?
Oh yeah.
Certainly do.
But you don't hear that?
No. Do you hear it?
Yeah, clear as day.
Huh.
And that's plugged into the next set of inputs along from...
Here's the thing.
So is the gain up?
Yeah.
On the input?
Yep.
Okay.
Loads of it.
I used to use the Liquid Sapphire 56, which is also Focusrite, but it's now deprecated because it was Firewire, right? But that had really clear mixing panels, and you could assign anything to anything. The patching was a bit labyrinthine, but it was entirely logical, so you could see where everything was routed. Right. With this one, it doesn't quite make sense.
To make things even more weird, if I call up the Focusrite control panel...
Let's do that. That's what I'm going to do.
It's there. You get audio is making it to the Mac.
Well, it's making it to the Mac on inputs 3 and 4, 5 and 6. Well,
on 7, 8. I think you're
7, 8. So 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 are working.
Like just like all the others.
Have you thought of changing the inputs?
Could do.
So why don't you do that and see what happens?
I will do that, and I will see what happens.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute.
Oh, I'm glad you're doing that. It's,
I will do that.
all right, Dad. All right. I had that James Manfield in the back of my taxi once.
You did. Right, 7, 8. Oh, good God, sir. Oh, don't fucking reach, don't you? Get the Mustang out of the way.
1, 2.
You could do the Jane Mansfield lobster bit.
I was going to get to it, and I thought better of it.
Yeah.
Actually, the Mustang out of the way. Sorry, Papa. Go sit down over there. It's the Mustang of death.
Can't hear you.
The Mustang of death.
The Mustang of death. Hang on a minute.
Look, doors open, it's coming through.
Hang on a minute.
Yeah.
Look, you've got a friend. There's the Mustang of death. Oh, look at that. The penguin they might have to mate.
We lost our fucking minds, mate.
Then we'd have a Penstang of death. Oh, no, that starts getting...
Penstang. Oh, there we go. Now we hear it.
And now we don't.
Well, there are people that try to mate with their cars, so.
Yeah.
And bridges and other things.
So can you hear that?
Yeah.
That sounds amazing, yeah.
Now try the other keyboard. Yeah.
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 So what's that?
It might just have been it wasn't normalised. It wasn't pushed all the way in at the back.
Oh, what the hell?
Fuck was that?
Warn us next time you do that.
That's the subliminal image there.
So for a minute there, I thought that was me. Just thinking that. Starting to see what I think.
Oh, dear God. Oh, dear. Oh, that's funny.
Was that a member of parliament?
Possibly. Oh, don't burn your nuts on the exhaust, sunshine.
Yeah.
So good.
That's better. Don't know why it doesn't work. Don't know why it doesn't work on 709.
That's Chariots of Fire, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's like that. It's like that.
Yeah, it's
a bit more up tempo.
It's a piano.
Yeah, can you get that growly bit on the Arturia one?
Yeah.
Ooh. Where'd the volume go?
Uh-oh.
Oh, it's back.
Back again.
You blew it again, didn't you?
Yeah, yeah.
You popped its pants.
A bit like that exhaust pipe. You're a very naughty man, Robbie.
A bit hot.
A little, would you say?
I was going to say, I hope that image isn't stored on Robbie's work computer. So.
I've got the first chord. Huh? That's it. I don't need to do anymore. I've just, what a hit. It's a hit. I'm going to tell everyone it's. I'm going to patent it. Ooh. Janet Lee had better watch out.
Going to play Key My there for a minute.
It's like Massive Attack.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is that thing.
That cleans out a Hoover.
How's Matt?
Good. Ticking along.
Ticking along.
Yes.
It's a good thing to do, tick along.
Yes. Doing along. Doing all right. Yourself? How are you? How's the good lady? Is she all better now?
I don't know, but my old bat of a wife is okay. No, she is.
No.
She, and I love her. I love her dearly, darling. I do. No, she's much better. Much better. I think along with everyone else on this side of the pond, we're just looking for a slight sign that maybe the sun might come out one day before Christmas.
Tomorrow's meant to be good, isn't it?
In the middle of the fricking work week. Great. Hurrah. But yeah, it'll be all right. So lights for the show. I might have to change this though. Here we go.
Oh, Kent's computer's fucking wigging out again. Look.
Ooh.
Fucking know it's better. Wave, look. Were you talking to us, Rob? Because if you were, you're muted.
I hate you, Butler. I hate you, Butler. I hate you, Butler.
Fucking hell, his camera's going nuts, look.
I know, I'm getting motion sickness.
What is the wrong with this fucking piece of shit?
It's got a fruit logo.
I feel like bloody
There's
Rowan
Mr.
Atkins
Bean
in
just
there.
sitting there
Yeah.
with one finger on a key.
Yeah. Yes.
Neil Walton's just said, Kent, that it could be Hans's face in the background fucking your camera up.
Do you know that is not an entirely logical notion? Good old Les Dawson.
Oh, love you got to love him. Was it? Near his time, innit?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah.
Right, you gorgeous lot. I'm going to bid you all good night.
Was it something I said?
No,
Yes.
not at all, darling.
Oh. Fuck off then.
I will. Fuck you.
Also, have a lovely night.
We've got the camera standing by near a car exhaust pipe near you. We know we'll get it again.
I'll get the bask on, all right? No
Yeah,
worries.
all right, fair enough.
Right.
One of those Volvos, they run warm.
I dare you to do. I dare you to do that in PSN on Friday. I fucking dare you.
Yeah.
We fall below sub 1,500 fucking subscribers quickly.
No, we probably jumped to 60,000.
Yeah.
get the.
All right, gents.
All right. See you, Matt.
See you later, buddy.
Good night, Matt.
That's going through the Chase Bliss pedal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But what it wants is to be a little bit more airy than it
I've had an awful lot of sessions like this over the years.
Yeah.
Nice sounds.
Oh, speaking of sounds,
Yes.
want to hear a good one?
Go for
Yeah.
it.
So I bought Pigment from Arturia,
I've been
and
wondering about that.
it's pretty good, pretty good. And it was on sale at like $99. I went, yeah, sure, why not, half price. And then I decided, well, I'm gonna buy some sound libraries to go with it, just so I can give me an idea. So I spent another $100 on sound libraries, and then only one installed. So I have 8 libraries, one installed, 7. I can't see anything. It says installed. Can't see anything.
Have you run the synchronization on the Arturia Service Center?
Yep. Yeah, I did everything. I mean, there was the instructions. The instructions were there, and I did the same thing for each and every one of them. So I sent them an email. Okay, so this doesn't work. There, blah blah. I could only install one. I said, here's the numbers for the other ones. The only reply I got was a survey about the the sound libraries I bought. So they can kiss my sweet French Canadian fuzzy white ass with their surveys. I'll tell you that, because
No,
I
I
mean,
had that I've had that problem.
They have
where-
not replied to my email.
Really?
I'm like, no, it's been a week. Not replied. Fuck them.
No, I had that problem with libraries. You run the installer and it installs it, and I went to the instrument and they weren't there. So I reinstalled it. No, but still weren't there. And then I think I went onto the forum and it just said somebody just said, "Oh, what you got to do is you got to shut the instrument down, go to the Arturia Service Center, do a synchronization. As long as it's registered to your account, then it should then show up," and it did.
Let's try that. I'll even turn off my VPN.
So it did an automatic one. Yeah, it did an automatic. Just do a manual. From there, you can do a manual synchronization.
Right. But
So-
the
They might not show up in the Arturia service center, but they have to be authorized in the background.
yeah, they so well, okay. So I have this open. Let's try Reaper. Yeah.
Even better, let's try Reaper Barn.
Let's try what?
The Reaper Barn.
What is
Needs
sync
more
to
work.
my sound banks?
Yeah. So yeah, go into your library and then go to my sound banks.
No. The only one is, wow, mellow strings. That one shows up, no problem. And if I go to just even,
You haven't got a filter turned on anyway. Have you?
filter, no.
No. Yeah, search filter.
So if I even pigments, let's try pigments on its own. Same fucking thing.
Interesting.
Oh well. I might shoot them another email.
If not, try going on the forum.
Right.
Then you'll just speak to other users. I mean, Arturia people are there as well, but
Okay.
it's forum.arturia. Oh, hang on, no, it's changed. It's changed. Sound Explorers or something.
Moogman.
Yeah, they just updated the. There we go, community. Sound Explorers community. So forum.arturia.com, and then just log in. I think.
The hell was that?
What was what?
Where's it got kicked off?
It got kicked off.
Why did...
Yeah, you were spinning. Oh, shit. Anyway,
The sounds aren't
forums.
bad,
Yeah.
after all.
That was nice, Andrew.
What was? Sorry.
What you were noodling.
Thank you. Which piano are you playing, Kent?
This is the BBC Symphony Orchestra one.
It's a lovely thing.
Yeah.
It's a very beautiful piano.
Yeah, it's alright. It's got a good tone right across the board.
It's got a lovely tone.
Because there's some
Really
that break up
nice
that get a bit up the top and a bit down the bottom.
Yeah.
That one's okay.
That's
But
really
yeah,
nice. I haven't
Spitfire's
bought that
name on
yet,
it.
but I'm now sorely, sorely tempted.
Is it cheaper now?
Sorry?
Is it cheaper now?
No idea. Well, I've noticed that that Jupiter has dropped by 20% already.
Yeah, that's because it's a special offer though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a special offer, pre-order.
It's not out yet.
Oh, it's a pre-order.
Yeah.
Were you there on the show last week?
In spirit only. There was some fat bloke on in my place. I don't know who he was. Talk shite as usual.
What the fuck is that?
So did you manage to get that sorted, Jeff?
Nope. I'll follow Rob's advice and go in the forum and see what it does.
Yeah. I often have this with VSTs in one of the video things that I use, and sometimes even with video plugins, where you think you've got a whole library and suddenly you don't, and you think, hang on, I bought all that. That's when you have to go through this really labyrinthine way of authorizing and syncing, as Robbie says. It's just a...
Yeah, but the fact that thing is that one of them registered correctly and the rest didn't.
When did you buy him?
A week.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
It wasn't like a couple of hours ago or something.
No. Yeah.
I saw your posty poos, Mr. Rob, about the Sequential MPE desktop.
Oh, the Trigon 6.
The Trigon 6 desktop with MPE. That's a good thing.
It's $2,500 good thing.
Oh, for flipping heck's sake.
Well, it's cheaper than the keyboard version. But, yeah, it's still not cheap. And I wasn't, to be honest, I played with one at Super Booth. And I didn't feel it. I didn't,
Really?
Don't know. There's just something about it. It's nice. I mean, it's a great analog synthesizer. It just didn't grab me in like the way the Prophet 5 or the Oberheim did.
Yeah, the Oberheim. It's that whole thing, the paddles and everything, the whole experience of playing the OB and the sound. It was really interesting when Richard Hilton was talking about how he's never really liked, the sound just doesn't suit his thing. you know, his particular sonic palette. And I get that, and I do get that, but I've always loved the Obies. I have. Sounded nice. That's a good racket.
What's it from though?
It's from your keyboard there.
No.
You hit like it's.
It's from Peer Gynt by Grieg.
Stirring shit, I think it was described as in the paper.
I looked it up a couple weeks ago. It's Peer Gynt by Grieg. It was one of the movements. I forgot which one it is.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
I
hate it when I
A
get
funeral march or something like that.
something like that. I get these tunes in my head, and then I go, "What the fuck is this from?
Yeah.
What is it?"
It's got some powerful shit. Yep, that one too is good. There's one based on the Kalevala, Lemminkainen, and Anarchy. Another famous.
Sounds like a very tasty pie.
Yeah. It's more Grieg stuff.
Yeah. No idea.
Yeah. Strings. Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
Lovely racket.
Yeah. I do like that one because that's one I wrote. So.
What you wrote?
What is wrote it. Yeah. The rest of it is...
I'm going to do one of the shows at the studio with the emus plugged in with the samplers. There's some brilliant rackets on there.
Yeah.
Especially with the effects. It's just...
Ooh, you're going all red.
Lovely. Yeah, I have.
Ooh. It's hot in there. I tell you what, it's not fucking hot in here, I'll tell you that.
There we go. Yeah, I'll go all green. I haven't tried green yet.
So it's called The Death of Ase by Grieg and Peer Gynt.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know how you pronounce it. It says ASE with a little circle above the A. I'm not up on my Scandinavian pronunciation, so.
Yeah, Sky at Night. What bit of music was that originally?
Exactly.
I try to remember exactly how Sky at Night went.
Sweet, everything's
Ring
Swedish
doesn't
chef.
work, does it?
It was definitely one of those wide triads. Definitely one of those wide triads at the beginning, wasn't it?
At the castle gate by Sibelius.
Sibelius, though. His stuff can be a bit tricky.
There we go.
Yeah, do you?
Yeah, back to the pink. Like a bit of pink.
In the pink.
In the pink. In the pink.
Uh-oh. Don't talk about the shocker.
Or in off the red. Well-known Russian snooker player.
Igor Nikobolikov. Well, the truth of the matter is, we haven't got a fucking clue.
He had some very complicated views, did Patrick Moore?
Yeah, mostly upwards. Ah, yes, but he was one of those elderly gentlemen from the time gone by, where gentlemen had complicated views.
Yes.
Shall we say?
And I remember, it's not that long ago, you could go into a pub or a bar or a restaurant or whatever and have conversations from an entirely contrary point of view with similar gentlemen, and you'd still be friends at the end of the night.
Yeah.
You didn't get killed, yeah.
Yeah. In fact, it was good to have somebody with a counterpoint because it sort of
offset
yeah, but
the conversation.
it also fed the discussion
It did.
as well. Explore avenues you haven't thought of yet.
Explore positions rather than just be stuck in your own little echo chamber. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah.
In philosophy, we call that dialectic.
What?
Dialectic, thesis, antithesis, synthesis.
Yeah.
Oh, digestive. Right. Okay. There's a biscuit. That's what it is. So
That's
in
what it
philosophy,
is.
you call it. Yeah. Is it a chocolate dialectic or a?
No, because I'm diabetic, so I can't.
Oh right. So you have to have your diabetic. You're also digestive. All right. Okay. There's an awful lot of D words going on here now.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
There's one other D word I could say, but
yeah.
Yeah, dumbass. I'm a dumbass.
No, it's DI something else. But anyway.
Just don't say the B word. Behringer is a bad word. So.
Yeah, it is. But did I hear that, Kent, you're waiting for something from the B word?
I am.
What is it, you traitor?
I'm waiting for a System 55.
Oh, to fix or to buy? Or did you buy it?
I bought it.
Ooh, okay. Well,
yeah.
I forgive you.
And have to confess,
I'm complex like that.
Yeah, I've been tempted. I've been tempted, and Dina won't like me to say this, but I've been very tempted by the ARP 2500, the modules, because they're not standard Behringer fare. And I know the guy. You know, we kind of know the guy that
yeah, well, this was kind of the vibe I was getting from the 55.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean.
Difficult. I just don't want to give any money at all to Behringer whilst they're still doing.
Buy it used.
But.
Buy it used.
Waiting. Good God, sir. Waiting?
Waiting?
Yes. Wait.
Having patience? Good God, sir. I'm 60. I won't be around that long.
No, there was a guy who was selling an art, a Behringer art, and I got there and he just, oh, I just sold it. I was like, no, fuck you, fuck you. We had an agreement, texted. I drove 2 hours to get here, you fucker.
Well, but no, you know, I mean that ARP 2500 I did for hands with the 3 wings and everything. It's nailed to a wall in the foyer.
Yeah.
I mean, how ostentatious is that? Everybody gets to see it.
Oh, give it to Dina. Give it to the museum, the foundation. Really. But never mind.
Yeah. Well, some people hang Picassos, some hang Art 2500s.
It's cheaper than a lot of art,
yeah,
isn't
exactly.
it? So yeah, I guess.
It's weird. An ARP 2500 I can see where hands kind of coming from, because they're not that easy to use in a score. There's a thing about them.
I have a 2600 and I don't have a clue how to use it.
Oh, they're quite straightforward.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Once you figure out that the you know where you have those output sliders at the ends.
And quick correction. I'm talking about the Dirty Behringer clone.
It should be laid out.
Don't think highly of me.
I mean, the only thing that used to throw me was when I was trying to test the ADSR and I had it switched to AR.
Oh yeah.
Going, oh no, it's fucked. What's going? Oh, hang on a minute. No, it's the wrong one. Hang on. And the wrong slider up. You bastard.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
I just need to spend some time with it. So far, I love it. I'm glad I got one. I didn't think I would ever get one, but it just seems like it's not like any of the other synthesizers that I have. It probably is, and I just haven't figured that out yet. But right now, it just seems like it's just completely magical to me.
Yeah.
Well, at one point, Sweetwater's blowing them out for like $400, so it was like a no-brainer, right? So.
Yeah.
Well, I used to get more returns on ARP 2600s than any other synths. Because people say, oh, it's broken, it's all restored and it's broken already, and you go, well, bring it down and we'll sort it out for you. And they bring it down and go, well, you gain sliders up. What's that? That's the thing that makes it sound all the fucking time. Oh yeah, that's the problem. Yeah, well, you turn this down. Oh, so there was nothing wrong with it. Oh, okay. All the bloody time.
RTFM.
Yeah. Well, the filter doesn't open fully. Have you turned up the amount in the at the bottom? The actual amount of travel that the filter can do. Not just the sweep, but the amount it can do. Oh, they link? Yeah, the fucking graphics point to it, you twat.
These are people that shouldn't own guns either because they don't know when the safety's on or not.
yeah, it's that kind of thing. It is literally the synthesizer world version of shooting yourself in the face. It's weird. All the information is on the front panel, but you also have to know how to read it. It's very weird. It's sort of like the information is there, but if you don't know, it can confuse you. And it's confused some actually very, very experienced synthesizer people have been foxed by the 2600 in the past. So.
Well, even on the Odyssey, you got to find out where the volume is, and it's not where you think it is. The master volume is you got to find the VCA section, and that's your volume, right?
Yeah.
Do you know, I never got on with the Odyssey as well as I did with the 2600. I preferred the 2600, and I always used to catch the keyboard on the Odyssey. It was, I broke so many keys on Odysseys.
Yeah, I mean, so many Odysseys used to get their keyboards clunked. It's unreal, especially the top Cs. And you go, do you know how? There's only one per keyboard. Stop breaking them. Break the B next to it. I've got fucking loads of them, but not the top one.
It's 12.
It is again.
Yeah, it's like the top key on my SY99 that was funky. That was expensive. It was like $20 for that stupid key.
Wow. Yeah. I threw out so many T8 keys. Ridiculous.
But you can only keep stuff for so long before you realise.
Well, yeah, you run out of room. Something's got to go.
Yeah, something's got to give.
Yeah, you don't want to turn into Sanford and Son or whatever the UK version was. So.
Yeah. But I mean, it's like that. What's that? That Tascam 388. That threw in the skip. It's been out there 8 years, rotting away. I throw it in the skip. Matey boy up the road here goes, "Oh, do you mind if I have it?" I said, "No, help yourself. Help yourself to everything you want." And he literally cleared the skip back out again. I go, "Cool. I've got more room to throw stuff in," you know. And then the owner sees it and he wants it back. I go, "Where were you fucking 7 years ago when I told you it was ready?"
Are you doing the storage charge thing? Because you ought to. After it's fixed, reasonable amount of time, you start charging the storage.
Yes and no. It's not as easy to do as it sounds.
After the first year, you should just do it anyway.
Yeah. Sometimes there's, you've got to be careful of certain circumstances. I mean, I've had a guy that had left a Polymoog here for, oh God, it must have been 4 years. And then out of the blue, phone up and says, "Oh, do you still have that Polymoog?" And I said, "Yeah." Holds the door open on a warm day. And he goes, "Is it all right if I have it back? Can I collect it?" I said, "Yeah, okay, cool." And when he come down, he apologised and explained that the reason it's taken it so long, he got cancer, he has been in remission now, and blah blah blah. And in the meantime, his wife died, and all the rest of it. And you just go, "Yeah, there you go, mate. Just go, take it."
Yeah.
So 9 times out of 10 people have, they do have a reason for not coming to collect it. And sometimes you've got to sort of err on the side of caution with it. And it's like, yeah, all right. See you,
I'm
mate.
sure they get creative. Like when you're a kid and the library book is late, you're like, "Oh,
yeah,
sorry,
yeah, but you tend to know when they are because they label it too hard. So when they just push the story too hard, and
you can see it on their faces too.
Yeah,
you
can tell.
So,
yeah, absolutely. So
You're a very lovely man, Mr. Spong.
A
twat, but a very lovely man.
Yeah, but I kind of like being a twat. To be honest.
Yeah, me too. Yeah,
more fun.
A colossal twat.
Yeah.
Colossal. But good looking, huh? Mm.
Oh yeah. I'm just watching Hayes. What Hayes is doing. I go, God, this is so familiar. It's round about now I get the big hammer and start pelting it. Fucking like that. Stamping on it, put it on the floor, stamping it, and throw house bricks at it. Die!
Yeah. Well, I think I might go to bed in a minute.
I think I'm going to have to as well. Like I say, I've got to be up early because I got to carry Noah to the car. Bless his little cottons. At least he hurts his leg. Go and get weighed.
I actually never did a circuit board like this. Are these pre-cut jumper leads, or what is this?
No, they're all...
This is using the legs of the various components to make up the track.
Right. Okay.
Yeah,
Are those
I'm trying to
the
really
legs?
just bend them without cutting them, and then cutting where they're not needed, and then using what's left over to fill in the
That's
blank.
pretty smart, yeah.
Mm.
Thanks. It's tedious.
Yeah.
But
Well, less things to go wrong, right? Only a few joints instead of tons of joints.
yeah, it's this time I'm doing it a little differently. I threw all the resistors down and bent the legs. I like to maybe just try to work from the input and the power across, so that way I can test as I go.
Yeah, plus it's a lot easier when when you plug it in, it doesn't work. You can actually trace the tracks easier than if it's just a load of jumper wires everywhere.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and with kits, which I really love doing, the only problem with kits is that it's really hard to figure out what goes where, who's really connected to who. You can figure it out, but there are some PCBs that you almost cannot figure it out unless you have a computer mapping of everything.
Yeah. That was the one advantage to doing my own etching boards. Is it was once the board was made and you have all your components and the pictures there to show you the layout, it was really just paint by numbers.
Yeah.
It's just all the work to get to that point,
I've decided after these, I'm going to start using KiCad to start designing this stuff. I think I'm ready for it. But
Good idea. Yeah.
You think that maybe on one hand, there's something to be said for handmade built stuff, and if you do garner a really good reputation, you can command a high price for that kind of stuff. But like me, no way. I'm trying to think like what could I reasonably expect for one of these pedals. All I can tell you is that you can right now purchase a kit for the exact same pedal that I'm basing my design off of for about $75. So what's mine going to be worth more than that?
You should check out Simon the Magpie on YouTube. Not only is he a crazy character, but he started making guitar pedals about a year ago.
He's probably actually doing it the right way, though, right?
Well, I've only seen a couple of the making videos, but he has some pretty wild ideas. But he does show you how he makes some of the stuff on some of the streams.
Sure, that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah.
I watched him a long time ago, but that was like years ago. And then
he's only about a year ago he started making his own pedals for sale.
Really? Well, that's exciting. Good for him.
So yeah, he has some wild ideas.
This was just, I'm trying to get to where I can build synthesizers, and this was just like a much easier. It's really hard to build a synthesizer, You've seen a Dansky, correct?
Oh yeah, I actually haven't seen him for a while. We're talking about him.
Yeah, I hope he's doing all right. Yeah, that's a hard road to go. Like everything all up front at once, and he's learned all of that through building that synthesizer. It's really cool. It's a lot easier to go modular though, where you just sort of focus on one thing. And guitar pedals are just really, they're not the same thing, but they're almost in the same category as modular, just in the sense that you can have very simple functions. But I think the one thing I enjoy more about guitar pedals is, and it's just a total aesthetic that has nothing to do with anything, it's just the opportunity for the really crazy artwork that you can have. And I've started to see some Eurorack designers do interesting things, but at the end of the day, your modules are going to be covered up by by cables.
Yeah.
Did any of you guys used to play Wipeout on the PlayStation?
Oh yeah,
Wipeout. The first
Wipeout
one.
XL?
No, the first one.
First one? Oh, I can't remember. Definitely XL.
Some guy, I read about this the other day, I've just found it. Some guys recreated it and it will play directly in your browser. And apparently the reason for him doing it is to persuade Sony to do an original Wipeout remake, because they've done versions for the later models, but they've not been quite the same. Do you want to see this? It's fucking brilliant.
Yeah, that'd be great. Good luck convincing Sony.
Yeah. Right.
So this is the version pre-glide, right? Just basic rendering.
This is just PlayStation 1 Wipeout.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can play this now, because it's been a while.
Oh yeah, I played this one. Yeah. I recognize the music right away.
Yeah.
You get the Pi soundtrack.
This is Orbital Box, right?
3,
Orbital, yeah.
2,
Box.
1, go!
Yeah, the version they ported to PC at one point.
Mine. Rocket shockwave.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
not bad for a brown.
What's the URL?
I'll stick it in the chat.
Yeah, definitely. I'll play that again. That was fun.
Right. I'm going to head off, gents. And if there's any ladies in the chat, ladies as well, of course, and or any other gender persuasions, identified or otherwise, good night to you all.
Au revoir.
Good night, Andrew.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm terribly tired. If I've, I hope I got that right in the end. See you soon.
Bye.
Just have the penguin stand in for you.
Well,
Yeah.
The penguin of death is more erudite,
Oh.
especially at this time of night. So, good night, one and all. See you soon.
Bye.
Good night.
Cheers. Bye.
Yeah, that was pretty good. That,
Yeah.
version.
Brings back memories of sitting on the sofa, half stoned.
Just half? Really?
Well, yeah, you know.
It's a semi-stone like a semi-Ian. Is the...
There's an image I didn't want.
Yeah, I think I'll be fucking up as well. Time for dinner.
Yeah, I'm not long for this, I think.
All right. So, see you, gentle people.
See you later.
See ya.
And,
I'm going to hang out since Kent's not back yet.
Sorry?
I'm going to hang out since Kent's not back yet. So.
Yeah, so just say goodbye for me, please.
Will do.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Bye-bye.
See ya.
Bye. Oh, dear.
I remember the last time I saw a game in a browser. It was pretty good. It was a while ago. A few other guys have done that. I think it was maybe a Doom or something.
I uploaded the Doom firmware into my black box the other day.
Oh, isn't that funny? Yeah.
Yeah.
They first said it was going to be April Fool's, but then they actually had it running. And I went, oh shit, it's for real.
Yeah.
So.
The other thing that I put on here, there's a website. What's it called now? It is called Mac Source Ports, and basically they've got a couple of hundred games on there where they've tried to obtain legally. They've tried to obtain the source code for really old games.
Yeah.
And even if they can't obtain the source code, if you have the original game, you can copy certain files over from a legitimate installation. It'll just play on your Mac natively. And a few weeks ago, I was going through some of my boxes that I hadn't unpacked from the house move, and I found a box full of all my old PC games. And the first one that I grabbed was Unreal Tournament, because I thought, it's an absolute classic. I thought, I wonder if that will run on a Windows VM, or how well it will run on a Windows VM. Turns out
DOSBox was one of the old ones you could use.
I use Parallels.
Parallels, yeah.
Yeah, I've just got. I think I just stuck it on the XP installation that I've got, and it runs brilliantly. And then somebody sent me this link to this Mac Source Ports website, and all you do is you download this small little file, and then you create a folder, and then you copy 4 of the folders of the original installation. So I just went to my Windows installation, copied these 4 folders, pasted them onto my Mac, and then you just click on the link, and the whole thing just runs natively. Of course, you can max out all the graphics and all the sound and everything. It's
that's cool.
Yeah. So
I'd like to reload the old Descent game. That was fun.
Mm.
I played that once on stereo. Some guys hacked it. These virtual I/O company made these like I/O glasses, like low res, like 300 by 200, back at SIGGRAPH 96 or 97, and they actually made Descent run in stereoscopic 3D.
Oh wow!
So not only to get the head tracking with the headset, but you had proper 3D. So when it shoots, you see it go across your bow. Like holy shit, It was a lot of fun, but it got a lot of people seasick.
Yeah.
Because it was legit, head tracking and stuff.
Yeah. But there's another game, and I need to find I hope I haven't thrown it away. I bet I have. Star Wars Rebel Assault. Do you remember that?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, on the PC. And I'm sure I've got the disc somewhere because they've got a hack for that as well.
My favorite games I played before I stopped playing games so much in general were Jedi Academy and Jedi Outcast.
Mm-hmm.
Those were awesome games.
Yeah.
And you had to do the hack, so you basically turn on dismemberment from the lightsaber. And so you go into the room, you throw your lightsaber at a bunch of stormtroopers, they all dismember, and the arms are all glowing where they got cut. And then you force push them, and the body scatter parts all over the place, and it was just hilarious. Yeah.
No, I used to just love Unreal Tournament. It was just, we used to, when I was working at Gateway, if we were going out to the pub after work, there'd be sort of like half an hour or so before we'd go down, so we'd just shut the shutters on the store, and then just we had Unreal installed on like all the machines, and we'd all sit around on all the machines, all the demo machines around the store, and we would just have massive great LAN, mini LAN party. But I got seriously into that. I think I completed it quite a few times, but
I used to just play endless games, and then I said, you know what, I need to do some more productive stuff.
Yeah.
So, as much as I like them, I can't do them now. It's too distracting.
Yeah, I haven't played for a while because most of the time I'm either working or my son's on the bloody thing.
I have GTA San Andreas on my iPad. It's quite good, actually.
Mm.
You could even do a wireless game controller with it, so you can simulate the whole console experience.
Yeah, I've got to. They're re-releasing Red Dead Redemption.
Oh, I love that game.
Redemption, first one. But they're doing it for PlayStation 1. That's PlayStation 1. PlayStation 4. But you can play it on PlayStation 5 in PS4 mode. Because I've got the PS3 version. And I have got a PS3 somewhere, but it's not hooked up. So
I was blown away the first time I played that on my nephew's system. I hadn't heard of it, and I knew it was made by the guys who made GTA, so this should be pretty good. And just the amount of detail and shit you can do off the grid is nuts. Like, you could actually shoot the vultures flying around. They're not just background animation. And I did a little man from Snowy River thing, rode this horse down the hill, and of course he took a tumble, he died. And I went, oh great, now I'm stuck in the middle of nowhere without a horse. And then the pop-up options came up, and I could actually skin my horse and do some other stuff to like sell the hides, and it was crazy.
Yeah, Red Dead Redemption 2 is just...
That one's nuts.
Stunning.
There's a lot of funny bugs too in it.
It's just like, I mean, I don't tend to go in for like online multiplayer, that kind of stuff, unless I'm racing in GT. Then I probably will. But there's just too many dicks.
Yeah, especially when you get on audio and they're talking and stuff. Yeah. That's the worst.
So I like doing the story mode, and the story mode on Red Dead Redemption 2 is so big, and like you say, because you can just, it's such a massive world, and you can just go off, and there's all these little kind of things that you'll find that if you didn't go wandering. Like, I'd spend hours just like not even doing any tasks or activities, just like riding around, and you'd come across someone stuck in a hole, or you get attacked by a bear or something stupid. It's so much detail in there. It's just unbelievable.
Yeah. So, I saw there was a reel of just weird shit happening in Red Dead 2, and one guy was standing on the edge of a cliff, and a goat butted him off the cliff.
Yeah.
It's him in nowhere, bighorn sheep, whatever, just hit him and knocked him off the thing. That was hilarious.
Yeah. But the thing is that they're reissuing Red Dead Redemption. I had it when they used to do PS Now, because they don't call it PS Now anymore. It's like just PlayStation Plus, whatever. Anyway, when you had PS Now, you subscribed to it, and then you could like download and play or stream online at just hundreds of games. and I was quite happy with that because Red Dead Redemption was on there, but it was the PS3 version that was just you were streaming it basically. So it was okay. It was just like playing the PS3 version, but now they've slightly updated it for the PS4. That should be because Red Dead Redemption happens after, in terms of the storyline, after Red Dead Redemption 2.
Oh, I didn't know that.
So Red Dead Redemption 2 is the prequel.
Okay.
And Red Dead Redemption was the main. Because I remember playing Red Dead Revolver, which was the first one.
Oh, I've never heard of that one.
That was PS2, I think.
Did you ever play Gun on the GameCube? That was a great game.
No, I never had a game.
Oh, Gun was awesome. I actually have it on the Wii GameCube simulator. You have the cartridge and you switch into GameCube mode and you use the GameCube controller.
Mm-hmm.
And Gun was an amazing game. I wish they had a PC version of it.
No, because I remember when the GameCube came out, I was working at a retail store here in the UK called Argos that sold everything. It was just like a giant department store, but in a catalogue. So we'd have all these cool things in. I think the GameCube came out around the time that I left, so I kind of didn't really get a chance, because that was one of the bonuses of working in a shop like that. You could play with all these things without having to buy them. There you go. Gun is on Steam apparently.
Well, it's on Steam. Oh.
I'll
check that out. I love that game.
Yeah, so I never really got into the game. I never really got into Nintendo period until I bought a Wii.
Yeah, I got the Wii. Yeah.
And the only reason I bought the Wii was because it was a much more of a family-oriented thing, and there was the whole physical thing, and that's kind of how I convinced
the boxing
myself.
game was fun. You actually got a workout.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, we bought the what do they call it, the board,
balance board.
The Wii.
Yeah,
that thing. Tennis rackets and what have you. Jesus, it's all still upstairs. I was saying that's funny because my son came up to me the other day and he said, "Can I borrow some of the Wii accessories?" And I'm like, "Why?" He said, "Oh, we're going over my mates. We're going to have a bit of a Wii session." And I'm like, "Oh, wow, okay, fine."
Well, I got the Wii Nunchuck module made by Delptronics for my modular, and it converts all those the accelerometer and the stick and the buttons to useful CV stuff for your modular. So that's kind of fun too.
Yeah. No, I dropped out of. I was properly into it for ages. Console gaming, not. And I had some stuff on PC, but I just couldn't afford to keep buying all the hardware to run the games as they got. So
it's too much of an upgrade curve.
And PS3, PS2 is where I got up to, and then I kind of stopped. And only got back into it with the Wii, and that was the only thing I had for a while. And then I bit the bullet and bought a PS4 just after that came out, and I was back into it again, and PS5 and VR and all that stuff.
Nintendo DS was fun because it had some music apps that were pretty good.
Yeah, kids had DSs, and I bought the DS10. The MS10.
Yeah, there's also the M1.
Yeah,
and there's an only released in Japan. It was like a vector synth thingy. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, I used to love some of those Japanese games that, unfortunately, you couldn't get over here. Like Virtual On. I think I managed to get that on Sega Saturn, which was what do they call them? Mechas. The big kind of robot fighting games. I was always into either fighting games like Virtua Fighter and Fighting Vipers, and or racing games like Gran Turismo, Sega Rally, Daytona, let's go, mate. Oh dear. I was one of the few people that had a Sega Saturn. Was it called the Saturn in America? It wasn't it?
It was a Saturn. Yeah, I had a roommate that had one for a while. Actually, the funniest thing I saw on this, was it Saturn? No, I'm thinking of Dreamcast. The Dreamcast had that weird microphone thingy on it. I don't know if you ever saw any games on Dreamcast, but there's that one called Seaman, where you can actually talk to a little guy growing in your tank.
All right.
If you watch Angry Video Game Nerd, he has a funny video on it, and it actually used a little bit of kind of really low grade AI to speech navigate and listen to you and react to you what you said to it. And as this guy goes from a tadpole to this thing with a human face, but still a tadpole basically, and he talks to you and you watch him mate and all kinds of stuff, and at some point he turns into a frog, and it's just it's wacky stuff. I'm sure Wagoo's seen it.
Yeah, Wagoo's right. The first Daytona port, I went and bought that for Sega Saturn, and it got slated because, like, on paper, the Sega Saturn was technically more powerful than the PlayStation 1. The problem was accessing that power, and the 3D on Daytona, you go around that Daytona track, as you go around the corner, the mountains, sort of are supposed to come into view. Well, like, all of a sudden, you'd be going around the corner, it would just be clear blue sky, and then, all of a sudden, boom, the mountains were there, because it wasn't being able to render it fast enough. But then they brought out the Championship Edition, which was improved, but it still wasn't perfect. Sega Rally was great. The port on that was really good. And Virtua Fighter was a great port on Saturn. Virtua Cop as well, that was pretty much as the arcade.
Yeah, that whole kind of fog of war thing with the rendering problems where you don't see shit until last minute. Sega, the Atari Jaguar had tons of problems like that with Cybermorph and stuff where you can't see the damn mountains that far ahead, and all of a sudden, whoa, and you got to do a quick turn.
Yeah. Yeah. I won my Sega Saturn on a TV show.
Oh, yeah, you mentioned that before.
Yeah.
That's funny.
But then it's funny because, like, it had been Sega versus Nintendo. They were always the two. And then Nintendo sort of went away for a bit. Especially when Sony sort of came in. Then it was Sony, Sega. And then Sega just cracked out. I mean, the Dreamcast was a good console, but it was too late. PlayStation 2 just pissed all over it. And the fact that you could play PlayStation 1 games on a PlayStation 2. And all these people that had invested in PlayStation 1 said, well, why would I go anywhere else? He sold absolute shit tons of those machines.
I think the only Saturn game I played, a roommate had it for a while. It was what's that flying carpet game where you're going around attacking?
Yeah, I know the one you mean.
I forgot. It was on the PC as well.
Yeah. There were some good games on it, but there were some awful games. Like, there was a really good game called Clockwork Knight, which looked gorgeous. It was a bit odd to play, but it looked gorgeous. Tomb Raider was okay on the Saturn, but again, it kind of suffered from some of those 3D glitches. The PlayStation version was much better.
It was tough though. The wandering camera was always getting caught and it get obscured stuff and clipping where the camera goes behind something. And
yeah, I mean, it wasn't ideal, but it was better than what we had,
Sure. No, it was fun.
But
I liked the Tomb Raider.
Yeah, I was like, every week I'd go into, every weekend I'd go into town, into the video game stores to see if they'd got more Saturn games. And the Saturn shelf, like, every week would just, like, shrink and shrink and shrink because they would just sell stuff and then just wouldn't bother replacing it because nobody was buying it. And it just died. And the last good games, I think we had on the Saturday, there was one called Panzer Dragoon Saga.
That's it. The Panzer Dragoon is the flying carpet thingy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Right. Okay. Yeah. So you had Panzer Dragoon, which I think was an early release, and then they brought out Panzer Dragoon Saga, which was across 3 or 4 discs, and they released it, and they gave away the first disc on the official Sega Saturn magazine or something. And it was a brilliant ploy because I think everybody just bought that magazine, put the disc in, played that first quarter of the game, and then just felt, I've got to go out and buy this. But because the Sega Saturn was tanking, nobody was stocking it. And so now, if you want to pick up a copy of Panzer Dragoon Saga on Sega Saturn, you go on, like on eBay, hundreds of pounds, absolutely hundreds. It's absolutely bonkers. But no, it's a really good game. And then they did another. The team behind Sonic, who are interestingly called Sonic Team, did a game called Nights into Dreams, which was like a 3D platformer, and it was utterly brilliant. But again, it just kind of fell flat. I think they did a version on Xbox a few years later, and then I think it might have been a PS Now title. I don't know. But yeah, it was sad that Sega, who was so good, ended up being so bloody awful, and just they fucked up. They fucked up, and Dreamcast couldn't pull them back. PlayStation 2 was just like way ahead. And then I think they just pulled the plug on Dreamcast and said, that's it, we're never making consoles again. And
yeah, the Dreamcast was the last one, right?
Yeah. And to be fair to them, they stuck to their guns. I think I've got a box full of Saturn peripherals up, so I've got the bloody arcade joystick, which is built like an arcade joystick.
Oh, like a Wico, yeah.
It's a proper big, huge buttons and a big stick, and I've got the light guns, which of course don't work on modern day TVs. You have to have a CRT.
Yeah, CRT, yeah.
And I've got, what else have I got? I had the steering wheel, but I think I got rid of that. That was a weird steering wheel. That was like a Knight Rider, like a yoke type thing.
Oh yeah, like a flight stick,
sort of thing. Yeah. And I had the 3D controller, which had the analog stick. So it's kind of a precursor to what you'd see on PlayStations and Xboxes. So you had your D-pad and your buttons, but you also had this analog thumbstick, which I think you bought that with Knights because you're in this kind of 3D environment. But yeah, it's a shame to say. I mean, I know they brought out Virtua Fighter on the PS4, which is still a pretty good game.
Is PS4 still for sale, or is it only 5?
I think they're only selling the 5s.
Only 5, yeah.
But you can play 4 games on the 5.
On the 5, but you said some of them are kind of changed; they're not quite the same.
Well, no, most of the time, the PS4 games will play just as they would. In fact, they'll probably play better. I mean, it all depends what you had. If you had a regular PS4, they'll play really well on the PS5. If you had a PS4 Pro, then of course that was quite a bit closer in terms of speed and quality.
I can speak on one game for the PS4, PS5, Elden Ring.
Oh yeah.
They did a really good job backporting or whatever, like downgrading for the PS4.
Yeah.
But you can't. I think that was the makers of the game more, not just so much. Yeah.
Yeah. What did I just buy that I could download? Because there's a lot of games you can buy now that come with PS4 or PS5 versions. And there's some games that if you had the PS4 version, you could upgrade to the PS5 version for free. Like No Man's Sky was one, where you could go from 4 to 5 for nothing. Yeah, there's some good stuff out there. But no, I just bought something that I haven't played it yet. Stupid. So, because every time I think, do you know what? I'll go on there and I'll find my bloody son's playing on it.
There are a couple of pretty good flying games for Wii. I think it was World War II Aces or something like that. You ever play that one?
No.
Yeah, actually, you can recreate the Battle of Britain and all kinds of other famous things, and it was tough. But it was a lot of fun.
What's the one on PlayStation 4 that had a VR? It's got VR mode on it. It's actually rather good. Is it Ace Combat? Something like it's one of these kind of Japanese arcade flight, fighter simulation things. So it's quite a good sort of fighter flight sim, but it has this kind of weird, over the top Japanese storyline to it.
Kind of anime looking thing.
Yeah, sort of thing.
Yeah.
But when you're actually flying and you're in the cockpit, especially with the VR on, it's I can't remember what it's called. I haven't played it for ages. But no, of course, the next thing I need to get is what Kent's got, VR2. But that's gonna have to wait.
And you said that it's backward compatible with games that work on the VR one. So
No.
oh,
No. That's one of the downsides. The VR1 games aren't compatible with VR2 unless the game has been updated to support VR2. That's it. Ace Combat 7. That's the one.
yeah. I'll have to check into that some more. It'd be fun to get a console. I'm not a huge fan of console controls. I always like mouse keyboard better.
Yeah.
Or joystick button kind of thing. But I mean, it's a console. They're always going to have damn controls. You got to get used to it. So there's some games I did like to play. My nephew had.
I do like my my World War II, like Call of Duty, Medal of Honor.
Oh yeah, those are always great.
I love those. So that was another one that I was going to put back on my Windows VM was the original Call of Duties, Big Red One and all that. And then
I love the Call of Duty World at War, where you're switching between the fighting the Germans and then fighting as the Russians against the Germans.
They did a couple of good ones on PlayStation. The last one was quite good, Call of Duty. But I don't like these ones where they do like Call of Duty Modern Warfare on the others.
Secret Weapons of World War II was fun as a PC only game.
Yeah.
But that was fun because you had jetpacks, you had hydro scooters like the sidecars that had a machine gun that were waterproof, and you had a few other things that were pretty interesting. Oh, you could be a V2 rocket. So you launch it, and you are the V2 rocket going to land somewhere. It was kind of fun.
No, I always like the kind of the blend of the history and stuff. Like with Medal of Honor, Allied Assault. It's basically Medal of Honor, Allied Assault is a video game version of Band of Brothers or Saving Private Ryan because it kicks off at D-Day, and then you basically march to Berlin and take on different things. And then they started bringing in some of the North African stuff, and then of course they did the Pacific. What's it called? Medal of Honor Pacific.
So what's the series before Medal of Honor? I always forget. It was the first really popular one that.
What, World War II one?
Yeah, it was. EA Games had it. It was before Call of Duty. And it ran pretty well even on a modest laptop. But it was a huge open world, like 64 people could play at once.
Battlefield?
Battlefield. That was it. Battlefield 1942.
That's the one, yeah.
With the Philippines expansion pack and the PT boats was awesome.
Yeah.
I loved that.
Yeah, Battlefield.
Yeah, you get in some Jeep with some guy and he's chatting with you and like, oh, I'm in I'm in Ireland. Like, that's cool,
Yeah, they brought back Battlefield on the PS4. And they it was set in World War One.
Oh,
which was interesting because then you had much more primitive stuff and the tanks were proper. Yeah, that was quite good.
That's PS4.
Yeah.
I'll have to check that out. I didn't know that. Would that would also work on PS2? I mean, PS5.
Yeah. As long as you've got it installed.
I'll have to look into that. I love those games.
Yeah.
But PT boats was funny. You drive around and then some guys swim over, jump on the boat, and then try and kill you and take your boat. Or like what was the one that was really funny? One of the Japanese islands. It's a giant the aircraft carrier's out there, and someone wants to drive the aircraft carrier, and then so once he's taken it, you can't have it. But then people try to take the planes off, the Zeros and stuff, and fly and bomb. Oh, it was Wake Island. That was what it was. And there'd be guys waiting for planes to spawn, and as you're trying to get it, guys would like shoot you, and if they couldn't shoot you, they'd shoot the plane. It's like having a fit over who gets the plane. This is hilarious.
Yeah, that Battlefield that they did for PS4, which was set in World War One. You there was even bits where you're riding horses.
Oh, that's wild.
Which was it was pretty cool. It was done very well.
So you have mustard gas to worry about and all kinds of...
Yeah. Yeah, it's just good stuff.
Wow, I'm going to check that out. I never saw a PC version of that. Maybe they never ported it. But again, I wasn't playing games for a while because it was taking too much time. I did a cold turkey.
Yeah, it's called Battlefield 1. Which was odd because there'd been loads of Battlefields before, but they called it 1, I guess, because it was World
Well, they
War
also
One.
had the future ones too, and I didn't really Battlefield 2049. I was like, I don't need that, you know.
There's loads of expansions for it. It's on Steam.
It is okay. Yeah. Steam's pretty good for stuff. I'll check it out.
Battlefield.
Last thing I bought on Steam was Mr. President, where you have to be a Secret Service guy taking a bullet for the president, and the president is this is before 2016. The president is a Trump-looking guy with a hairpiece.
Oh Jesus!
And when he gets hit and you mess up, his hair goes flying. It has like ragdoll physics in it that are really good, and slow-mo like bullet time. And they've more elaborate. It's like Rube Goldberg, more elaborate. You have to climb this thing, get over this thing, and time to jump and catch the bullet for the president. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, Battlefield 1 Revolution, which is the expanded version, available on Steam. It's on Windows. It's £35. So I don't know what it is. But yeah,
oh wow! Not necessarily cheaper on Steam. Yeah.
No.
There's also GOG is really good. I don't know if you know use GOG.
Yes,
games.
GOG, yeah.
And they repackage stuff to work on modern systems. That's really cool.
Well, yeah, you can use GOG installations with that.
That other
Mac,
tool, yeah.
That Mac thing, yeah.
That's clever. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's fun to go back and play the old games. There's some pretty good sales on GOG too sometimes.
Well, I'm going to head off to bed, but if I do that, because Kent's not in here, this is going to all finish, I think.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, he's probably done. He heard us talking about games and was like, I'm going to bed.
Yeah, probably. Oh, it's Mac.
Fuck that shit.
Oh, don't get me started on games.
No, apparently
I'm enjoying
his Mac shut down. I see that. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Oh boy, more Mac problems.
So far, I think this is going to work. I don't think I've made any mistakes yet. Still just plodding along.
Sorry to hear your problems, Kent.
We expect
the Mac works.
Right. Okay, then. Well, I better shut this down then.
Good times.
Yeah. I need to
see
go
you all
back
later.
Need to be up for the football. Right. Take care, everyone.
Bye.
See you later.
Have a great day.
Yep.
Local time.
You too.